Hey, what is going on? Merry late Christmas and happy holidays to everybody. It is your man Sean Zittel keeping it live and direct with all new high-tech technology tonight. As you can see, your chat can actually be shown now. So that's right. It's your man Sean Zittel. We got a 3 a.m. card. I don't know. I felt like wearing my South Park beanie tonight because I don't know. I may actually say what I think from time to time. So yes, Naoya, Inoue, and Junto Nakatani on the old school collision course card that you don't get enough of. And sometimes these things have a history of one fighter getting upset. I don't think that'll be the case tonight, but I'm reminded of those old school Oscar De La Hoya versus Felix Stern, Bernard Hopkins versus Robert Allen collision course cards. But right now we're right before the two main fights. Erdison Garcia, Taiga Imanaga here in the third fight out. And what's going on? Before we get to it, let me get to a few things in the chat. Again, because you can see the chat now. So the high-tech technology going on right now. Cutting-edge stuff in the cutting-edge, high-tech, illustrious studios down here in my basement. And a few salute Sean from Jay Wilkins. Dan Kidd says, thank you, Sean, for all the hard work you put in for the fans. I'm happy you said that. See, I don't do it for me. I do it for the little kids out there up at 3 in the morning watching Inoue versus Picasso on DAZN pay-per-view who one day they want to sit in their basement and do a round-by-round of a boxing show. I do it for them. I do it for the shorties out there that look up to me. And, of course, I do it for the people. But I do it for that little kid out there one day hoping and dreaming that he could sit in this basement chair to do it. By the way, how is the audio? Because I still use my webcam to do this from a microphone standpoint. You know what? It's probably a little rough. I'm going to lower it a little bit to be safe. Is that better? Hold on. Is that actually better? Or is it still too loud? Okay, anyway, on to Inoue and his card. So, Imanaga against Erdison Garcia. Erdison Garcia going to the body, the Dominicano at 22-1, taking on Imanaga, who's 9-0, 5 knockouts. Neither guy rated in the top 10 or 15 from any of the sanctioning bodies at 135, but Ryato Tatsumi fought on the last card, the southpaw from Japan. Very talented fighter, or talented fighter, and good fighter from Japan. He looked good in the opening bout here, but we're on to bout 3 here. Why am I not at the event? That is a great question, JK Productions. Audio's good. Okay, audio's great. What's up, Colonel Boxing? What's up, good fella? Good to see you, brother. Through the ropes, will you go to Japan if both Nakatani and Inoue win? Well, I do have to get my passport first, and not just that, but the fight has to not be happening the same week as like a Benavidez Zerto, but I would love to go out to Japan for that fight. I think that fight's going to be amazing. I called it the Japanese Leonard Hearns, which I thought was a cute way to put it, and an accurate way to put it. That'd be a great fight. I'm excited to see you call the fights tonight, Sean, says DeAndre Martin. Thank you, brother. And thank you to JK Productions for coming in. Colonel Boxing says, see you there. Yeah, I hope so, man. I would love to be out there for that fight. So, now it's funny. Gennady Golovkin is there ringside. And I remember the USA Boxing, they did a lot. Is this a commentator or is this just a commentator or stream? It is just a commentator, sir. Yeah, he's now the president of World Boxing, which USA Boxing helped to push through. I know people at USA Boxing that said they helped to push that through. Alexander Usyk is ringside. And it's funny because USA Boxing has this contentious relationship with IBA, IBA, headed by Umar Kremlev. And I told the people at USA Boxing, I don't know if you really want to go ahead and use your political power to push Gennady Golovkin through. They thought he'd be a friendly to USA Boxing. And I kind of told them, like, he kind of didn't like the United States towards the end of his run. Once he didn't win the Canelo fights, he called boxing swindlers and all these kinds of things. And he was referring to the, United States boxing system that he felt robbed him in the Canelo fights. So I try to tell them and warn them, essentially, I don't know if you really want to push through on Golovkin being the guy. And sure enough, there he is, front row, ringside, you know, in Saudi for the fights. So anyway, something to think about on a separate note. You know, he got that old Soviet Union lineage. You know, either right around when he was born in the 80s, either the Soviet Union was still together or just disbanding. And I was like, he's kind of got that Soviet way to him, man. I don't know if he's really going to be that friendly to USA boxing. So I wouldn't be surprised, just speculating here, as I'm one to do, if he has more allegiance to IBA than he would USA boxing. But I don't know. That remains to be seen. But he is ringside in Saudi, and so is the heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander Usyk. So the Compliment King says your work is appreciated. Adrian Wells, what's good, my brother? Good to see you, man. Says, how was your Christmas? Christmas was good, man. Just had family in from LA, and a lot of tamales were made by the ladies in our family, and they were good. And then my son got some good presents, and my daughter was a good little girl, so we had a good time. And Goodfella says, I'm here for the real life conversation Sean gets into. Also, I can always listen to an intelligent young man speak. Well, you're being generous by calling me intelligent, but it is 3 a.m. here in the West Coast of the United States. And I may mess up and say what I actually think from time to time, only to regret it later. So here we go. Taiga Imanaga, tall, slender, build 5'9", in the lightweight division, good reach. And Erdison Garcia trying to get to his body. And that's what I expect a lot in the main event and in the co-main event from good double right hook to the body and the head by Erdison Garcia here with 48 seconds left in the third round. But and again, we'll focus the commentary more when we get to the main 2 fights. I'm just getting warmed up here, talking to some people in the chat. But I expect Inoue to go to the body a lot. And Picasso is actually a very good tune-up opponent for Inoue because he's getting ready for Nakatani, who's a tall, slender build. And Picasso has that same frame to him, although he's obviously, you know, not the dangerous package that Nakatani is. But Inoue acknowledged, hey, this guy's going to probably fight a little beyond himself because this is his Super Bowl type of fight. And I was ringside at Picasso's last fight at the MGM when he fought Kameda. And that was good experience against an explosive, although older and not as athletic, not as much movement and overall athleticism, but still an explosive type puncher who throws his punches with a lot of explosiveness and bad intentions in Kameda. So, yeah, I think Inoue might even stop Picasso to the body. That's kind of would be my logical pick. But you never know. These build-up fights sometimes get spoiled. You know, Haney. So I think who mentioned that earlier in there about Haney and Garcia. I think someone mentioned it in the chat. I can't see it now. But, Colonel Boxing also said Nakatani versus Inoue is giving me Bud Spence vibes. Which one would be Bud, Colonel Boxing? I think it's definitely going to be a more competitive fight. But anyway, someone I think earlier in the chat mentioned Garcia and Haney. And yeah, sometimes these build-up cards, someone gets spoiled. I mean, a lot of people thought Oscar lost to Felix Sturm, so that technically should have been spoiled. But I actually like the idea of a build-up card where both fighters fight on the same night or a week apart with the known intention of them fighting in the big fight next. But sometimes that shit gets spoiled. So when so let me see when. Who asked that? When JK Productions says, would I be shocked if Inoue loses? Yes and no. I'd be shocked because when I covered Picasso in July on the Pacquiao undercard, I didn't see anything that should really beat Inoue. And on that particular night, the kid didn't have a muscle on him. And again, this is boxing. Muscles don't win fights. But I mean, you know, didn't have any cut to him, any definition. And he got hit a lot by Kameda, who is well into his late 30s. I think had 4 losses heading into that fight. And Kameda hit him a lot. He almost kind of went life and death with Kameda in that fight. And Inoue is several leagues above a Kameda. So I'm like, man, this kid doesn't have anything for Inoue. But seeing Picasso arrive in Saudi this fight week, seeing him at his workout where he just looks sharp and he looks tall because he is tall, but he's tall and he looks sharp at the workout. He is still 32-0. He still is a young fighter at 24, 25 years old. And Inoue has been in some wars lately, although he's done what I think is smart, and that's dial it back a little bit aggressiveness-wise to make more use of all his wonderful skills and speed, like he did against Murtajan Akhmadaliev. So, and I think that's exactly, he's going to have to dial up the perfect kind of boxer-puncher serum for a Junto Nakatani fight and not be as reckless as he was with Ramon Cardenas and Luis Neri. So I think he's now learned from being dropped from a couple of Mexican fighters. Hey, these guys are nothing to play with from Mexico. Let me fight a little bit smarter coming off the Akhmadaliev fight into this fight. So I expect Inoue to win. But at the same time, when you ask me would I be surprised, I kind of wouldn't be, because there's a precedent in boxing for star fighters to get upset in build-up fights. So at the same time, no, but I still think Inoue stops Picasso to the body, but color me intrigued. I'm interested in what's going to play out. So, and then Junto Nakatani against Sebastian Hernandez, both of these guys in a way are made to order. They are come forward, good but basic Mexican fighters from Mexico. And against the exquisite offense and talent that both Nakatani and Inoue have, with fighters that are going to be coming right to them, they should be made to order for them to look spectacular. But you can't sleep on an undefeated Mexican fighter at the same time. They go overseas and score upsets. You can't sleep on an undefeated Mexican fighter. And Sebastian Hernandez is no slouch, and Picasso is no slouch. They're very decent fighters with undefeated records, who are going to come in and take their shot. If we know anything about Mexican fighters, they're going to come in and to win and to take their shot. So we'll see what we get. I'm looking forward to both of the main fights. But logically, as talented as both Nakatani and Inoue are, two of the top 10 pound-for-pound fighters in the world, Inoue might be the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world. With Crawford retiring, then they should both look really good in very entertaining performances. But let's see what happens. Again, there's a history of upsets happening in this kind of format. Cardenas beats Picasso. Inoue knocks Picasso out under 6.5 rounds, says Lone Man. I agree. I think that's what I have happening. My wife is going to join us for the main two fights. She's sleeping in the other room. She wanted to watch these two fights with us, and she thinks Inoue wins, in about 6 rounds against Picasso. But let's see what we get. I'm with you. Daniel Jokumensin. I'm sorry I can't pronounce it correctly, but I'm grateful for your super chat, sir, from Australia, right? Correct? But he says, you are the realest, Sean. Big things for you in 2026. I hope so. I hope so. Let's hope I don't descend into any chaos there. So I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Clayton, Miss Silk's right, says, Mr. Sean, what's up, Clayton? Nakatani over Inoue. Ooh, okay. All right, Colonel Boxing. Yeah, we'll see. I think Inoue, let's see how Inoue looks tonight against a tall opponent that is a good tune-up for Nakatani. Again, I think Inoue is going to have to dial up the right kind of boxer-puncher fight. Box, use his feet, step around Nakatani, go to his body, be smart, uses the best of his speed and his skills, and then, of course, pick his moments to be Inoue and drop the thunder on him. I still think Inoue, unless he's aging subtly, and I know he's been cognizant of people saying that, and that's why he dialed up a more disciplined performance against Akhmadaliev. I still think if Inoue can summon the peak of his powers at the Tokyo Dome for a massive assignment and the biggest fight in Japanese, I just think if both fighters fight to the peak of their powers, and I know Nakatani's a little taller, he has that murderous left hand, and he's younger. But I think if Inoue can dial it up for that kind of assignment to the peak of his powers, like he did Fulton and the Donaire rematch, and be a little bit wiser into his 30s, then I still think Inoue on his best night is a greater fighter than Nakatani, who's also certainly elite and an awesome fighter in his own right. But, Inoue, if you take away the fact that, he leaves his chin up sometimes and he's a little erect pause, he is kind of a perfect fighter when you think about the speed, power, and the bag he has, the arsenal he has. It's just sometimes he runs red lights, sometimes his chin is up a little too high, and those are legitimate flaws. But to accompany that is just so much speed, power, athleticism, talent, killer instinct, etc. He's a special fighter. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to watching him, to say the least. MVP says Nakatani stops Inoue, in my opinion. We got some savvy boxing minds in the chat saying that he would lose to Nakatani. I like it. I can see it. I could definitely see it. I just think peak Inoue, if he could still summon that version of himself, is a little bit greater than Junto Nakatani. But, all right. So, my man Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, my brother, said, yo, Zittel, I give Picasso a better chance than most people. Inoue has been rocked in his last 3 fights. Back to back to back. MJ hurt him bad in the 12th. Inoue could be getting a little chinny. Interesting, Matt Borgeson. Thank you for the super chats, Matt. Yeah, interesting. I hear you. He's been showing some holes in the armor. He's at the age now. This is different now in modern sports where everybody's prime is elongated and been longer. What's up, Kenny Powers? Says rough year for Sean. Yeah, it was a rough year. It had some good moments too, some bright spots, but it was a rough year. A year to learn from, for sure. And I hope to be better in 2026. I go back and forth from getting a little gun shy about speaking on things and then saying fuck it, let's just keep it real and let the chips fall where they may. One area I want to definitely return to form in is my percentage in picking fights, but I think people that listen to me know that and know I've been holding myself accountable for that. And again, we were still over like 50% in 2025, but it's not good enough. But yeah, saying Inoue could be getting a little chinny. Yeah, he's been dropped a few times in his last couple fights, but we'll see. I still think he might be the best fighter in the world, pound for pound. Let's just see how he looks against Picasso tonight. And again, he's acknowledged that he's expecting Picasso to even fight a little beyond himself because this is his big fight. And again, you can't sleep on an undefeated Mexican fighter who's in his 20s. So we'll see. But Sean, do you ever pick fights correct? I've picked a bunch of fights correct. Had almost called a draw on Pitbull and Roach. I wound up leaning towards Roach, but I picked Oshaki Foster over Fulton. I said Inoue would get hurt by a left hook and beat Cardenas. That happened. I had Beterbiev over Bivol in the first fight. I had Oscar Valdez over Berchelt. Teofimo over Lomachenko. Shit, I mean, even on the card, everybody got Ryan versus Rolly. Not everybody. Some people had Rolly, but still picked most of that card, right? Teofimo over Barboza, Haney over Ramirez, Abdullah Mason over Sam Noakes, Benavidez over Yard. But I missed, the big misses were bigger than normal this year. I missed, I had Norman over Haney. I had Canelo over Crawford. I had Beterbiev again. I picked Beterbiev in the first fight, but picked incorrectly against Bivol. I picked Usyk over Dubois. I picked Usyk over Fury in both of their fights. But no, this year was rough compared to most of my years previous to this. But I picked plenty of fights. What was I thinking picking Berlanga? He's from Brooklyn. No, part of it was he's from Brooklyn maybe, and the other part was what the timidness that Shiraz showed against Carlos Adames. And so the logic was, if against a guy who's not the biggest middleweight, coming up from 54 and Adames, if Adames had enough to make Shiraz keep his hands in his pocket down the stretch, then a flawed but big punching 168 pounder in Berlanga might be able to do the same. And to Berlanga's credit, he came forward and moved his head well early in that fight and cut the distance pretty decent. But Shiraz was an improved product at 168. He looked more settled in, and Shiraz really came to fight that night. He seemed to learn from the Adames fight, and Berlanga's just not as skilled as Adames. Doesn't move his head as well. But to give Shiraz credit, Berlanga came out moving his head a little bit better than he normally would see him on the front foot. But Shiraz, he just exploded. And once Berlanga got in range in the third and fourth round, he hurt him, he knocked him out, and I gave massive props to Shiraz. He's really good. He might be the best fighter at 168 with Crawford retiring. So, hey man, even great hitters get in slumps, okay? John Elway, I just watched his Netflix special. He lost Super Bowls before he could get back and win two again. So, what did Floyd say? Minor setback for a major comeback. That's what time we're on right now. So, do I like the Shakur card they announced? I do. I like the Jermaine Ortiz Keyshawn Davis fight, and I like the Bruce Carrington versus Carlos Castro fight. I like that fight. So yeah, it's a good card. And then super chat again from my man Matt Borgeson. Thank you, brother. It says Inoue versus Eric Morales would be a good fight. I would have Eric Morales in that fight. Eric Morales was sensational. One of my, along with Bernard Hopkins, my favorite fighter ever. And Morales from 22 to 30 in his prime was a problem. He was bigger than Inoue, who's coming up from 108, 112, 115, 118. And I think Morales would have beat Inoue. He was a little bit bigger. Not quite the explosive athlete that Inoue was, but Morales had an amazing chin, great durability, great stamina, underrated feet and ranginess to him, amazing skills, amazing fighting spirit. I would have taken Terrible over Inoue with a size advantage, mind you. You know, if Morales wasn't a tall 5'8", 122, 126 pounder, and he was 5'5" like Inoue, and didn't have as much ranginess to him, I might be picking Inoue. But at 26, 22, I'd have picked Morales. So, and again, we'll tighten up the commentary once we get to the main two fights. But right now, Imanaga and Garcia into the 7th round. About a minute left in that round. Let me see how many people we got in the chat tonight so far. We got, what, 70 people? We'll take it. I'm grateful for all 70. Ortiz is hard to look good against. We'll see what Keyshawn can do. Yeah, it's not an easy fight for Keyshawn, but you know, Keyshawn is the goods, but he's also I haven't liked the way Keyshawn's been coming off in the aftermath of blowing weight against De Los Santos. He, you know, kind of like he said sorry quickly, and then, you know, I get it. You have to be a young, confident fighter and be boisterous and boastful and all that stuff, but it hasn't come off as particularly likable to me, if I'm being honest. But hey, it's not a popularity contest. It's about how you perform in the ring. And he's, for the most part in his career, performed in the ring exceptionally well. I've always been a believer in his talent. But he fires the whole team that he had, he said, and that's fine. You know, make the best decision you think is possible for your career. But he kind of quickly said sorry, and more so has emphasized the fuck y'all and fuck the media, and I fired my whole team and this and that. And it's just like, all right, you know, hasn't been a whole lot of genuine humility in the aftermath of blowing. Like, for example, when he's going back with Richardson Hitchens in the Garden for the Teofimo Shakur, he's like, we got to fight in Norfolk because I put asses in seats there. And it's like, yeah, the last time you were there, those asses never even got to sit in their seats to watch you fight because you blew the weight by an entire other weight class. You were all the way up almost at 140 instead of 135. And then you quickly said sorry and then lashed out at the media, lashed out against everybody like they did something wrong. And then fired your whole team, you know, and you're proclaiming that. And so, I don't know. I didn't think that was a particularly good look. But I doubt he gives a fuck what I think. So it'll come down to how he looks against Jermaine Ortiz. I'll watch some tape to break that fight down in the next month or so. But Keyshawn, talent-wise, has always been the goods. We'll see how he looks when he comes back. But Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat again, says Nakatani, I think, would beat Eric Morales, though, rangy. I don't think so. I don't think he'd beat Morales. You know, we got to remember, man. Oh, down goes Imanaga on a sweeping right hand from Erdison Garcia. And he's getting the count right now from the ref. That was a sweeping right hand from Erdison Garcia. Let's focus in on the action for a minute. 2:14 left in the round. How hurt is Imanaga? 2 body shots by Erdison Garcia, closing the distance. Goes southpaw to hit him with a sweeping left hand. Trying to get rough with him in the clinch. Imanaga does still look a little buzzed. He's up on the ropes. Right uppercut, lifts his head up off the sweeping left hand. Another right uppercut, sweeping left hand behind it. And now Imanaga's got to go on the back foot. He gets smothered on the ropes. A combination hits him again. Sweeping right hook, sweeping left hand. Erdison Garcia backs him into the ropes. And that might have been a sweeping left hand from the southpaw Garcia that dropped him. My mistake on calling it a sweeping right hand. Sweeping left hand on the inside by Garcia. Throws a right hook back on his jab in the center of the ring. Goes to the body. Sweeping right hand again. Oh, no. Well, no, he switches a little bit there. Squares his feet up. There's a body shot by Imanaga. They're fighting on the inside. Back comes Imanaga. But he's hurt again with a right hook and a sweeping left hand. Taking some clean shots on the inside by Erdison Garcia, the Dominican. Gets in close again, does Garcia. Going head-to-head on the inside. Touching, tapping the body. Right hook to the body by Imanaga on the inside. Sweeping left hand on the inside by Garcia. Imanaga trying to push off, create a little room. 3 body shots. Right hand, left hand from Erdison Garcia on the inside. Sweeping left hand, buzzes Imanaga again. Imanaga trying to stable himself and go to the body. But Imanaga taking too many clean shots here. Sweeping right hook and a left hand. Referee looking close at Imanaga. Garcia's got to pour it on here in the last 25 seconds to try to get him out of there. Garcia measuring, and Imanaga ties him up with swelling around both eyes now and some blood around his right eye. Garcia's hurt him and hit him with a bunch of clean shots. About 24 clean shots this round. Sweeping left hand again on the inside by Garcia. Garcia missing with the right hook. Goes back to the body with 2 hard body shots. Imanaga in retreat, and he will make it out of the 8th round. But that's a huge round for the Dominican, Erdison Garcia. Blood coming from the nose. Swelling on both eyes for Imanaga. And a cut around the right eye for the undefeated 9-0 Japanese fighter. It was a right hand. I was correct on my first call. So kind of squaring his feet up does Garcia. Sweeping with a left hand. And then squares his feet up to clean up with the right hook. And that drops Imanaga near the ropes in the 8th round. Big moment for the Dominicano. So, yeah, Matt Borgeson, I think Morales would have beaten Nakatani. He beat Pacquiao. That was a better, more versatile southpaw than Junto Nakatani. So I think he would have beaten Nakatani too in his prime. I think Morales would have beat him. Morales had better feet than Nakatani. And to me, he was rangier than Nakatani because of those feet. I think Morales would have beat Nakatani. But I am a Morales fanboy a little bit. Sean, can you do a bottom G impersonation? Says Boxing. Bugatti. It's about Bugatti. It's about how many Bugattis do you have? That's all I got. Bugatti. And then Matt Borgeson with the super chat says, dumbest fighter in history, leaving Bomac, Keyshawn. Bomac is a great trainer, but we'll see, man. I'm still a believer in Keyshawn's talent, but I am interested some of the immaturity he's shown lately. How's that show up in the ring? How's he look at 140, possibly 147 going forward? But again, the talent's always been there. So I'm not selling my Keyshawn stock, but there are some things, I haven't liked in the last year. I didn't like the way he kind of handled becoming a champion, and then what happened in the De Los Santos fight and the aftermath since that. But again, it's not a popularity contest. It's about how well you perform in the ring for the most part. And I think he's got the goods there. So let's see here in round 9. Imanaga trying to recover from that knockdown. Erderson Garcia, face is clean, hasn't taken a whole lot of punishment, but Imanaga has. Imanaga goes to the body, but Garcia getting the better of these exchanges in close, finding him with the right uppercut. Imanaga throwing a combination, but Garcia smiles at him, keeps his elbows in, and his elbows tucked in tight to catch some of those body shots from Imanaga. Halfway through the round, Imanaga having a very decent round, though, getting off a little bit more than Garcia and keeping him on the end of his punches, using his length a little bit better here. And that time he ties up Garcia when Garcia steps inside behind a combination. Back in the center of the ring are both fighters now. Imanaga landing his jab. Garcia with a lead left hand. Imanaga takes a step out of range to take some of the steam off of it. But Garcia covering up a little tighter, keeping his elbows tucked in a little bit better. Then Imanaga is minute left, and a hard straight left hand lands for Garcia in between punches against Imanaga. Imanaga trying to keep him on the end of the jab. Garcia steps in, and Imanaga leans on the top of his back a little bit in the clinch. Referee breaks him apart. 45 seconds left in the 9th round. Good body work by Imanaga. Gets underneath the right hook of Garcia, who lunged in with it a little bit. And Imanaga able to dig to the body with 2 or 3 body shots there. So Imanaga having a pretty decent comeback round here. Let's see. Oh, good, hard, stiff jab by Garcia. And then he catches what's coming back in return. Steps into that jab with some power. Imanaga wipes the blood off his nose. Gets back to his lead hand. Hard straight left hand off the right hook by Erderson Garcia. Garcia stepping into his shots. Being on the end of Imanaga's length, but then stepping in with his shots. Right hook, straight left hand, another right hook, straight left hand, hard straight left hand off the jab. Kind of a pull counter there by Erderson Garcia. Garcia getting underneath the lead hand of Imanaga at the bell, and that was a strong close to the round by Erderson Garcia. Busting open that nose and making the blood leak again against Taiga Imanaga. So Imanaga looks like he's very well in danger of having his undefeated record taken here. 2 fairies fighting in that Tate fight, correct? Very correct. Yeah, they fought like dog shit. And, yeah, never been an Andrew Tate fan. So I look at some of those guys as agents. You know, how the hell did they get so famous? How did he stay out of prison? And why is he on my timeline so much? Because he's probably some kind of psyop, just to keep it real. Some kind of psyop that they have on both the right wing and the left wing. And I always say you need 2 wings to fly, don't you? Very corny, but very true. So I try not to go too far down and lose sight of the big perspective by getting 2 right wing or 2 left wing. I think it's kind of fucking retarded anyways to get too far attached to either one. So I looked at Andrew Tate as like a right-wing psyop. But anyway, let's see if Garcia can close the show here. Good body shots by Imanaga 30 seconds into it on the inside, but Garcia landed a hard right uppercut that's been lifting his head up on the inside as well. Garcia catching a sweeping left hand on the guard. Smothers a right uppercut. Coppinger has this fight even with Garcia coming on strong in the last 3 rounds, 85-85. And so this round could potentially win the fight for either fighter. So let's see who can be more effective here. Imanaga coming forward, keeping Garcia on the end of his shots. Garcia gets underneath the jab, tries to come over the top with a sweeping left hand. Nice sweeping left hand by Imanaga. Back comes Garcia with a sweeping left hand, but Imanaga blocking on the high guard a little bit. Imanaga getting off a little bit more in the first minute 10 of this 10th round. And now they clinch in the center of the ring. Referee breaks them up. Minute 40 left in the round. Nice stiff jab by Garcia, but back comes Imanaga with a stiff jab as well. 1-2 over the top by Garcia, but not as accurate as he's been in the last couple rounds to start halfway through the final round. Now Garcia drops his lead hand, but Imanaga gets 4 shots off behind his jab. Garcia moving his head well, but getting out-hustled right here a little bit by Imanaga in this key round. Thank you for the super chat, Adrian Wells. Appreciate you, brother. Secret dance move, correct. I agree with your comment. Anyway, minute 5 left in the round. Oh, hard 1-2 by Garcia. That left hand did get in clean and buckled the knees a little bit of Imanaga. Back on the jab is Garcia. Imanaga ties him up. 53 seconds left in the fight. Hard right hook on the inside by Imanaga. That time giving Garcia his own medicine on the inside. Nice hard right hook. Straight left hand lands for Garcia. In the center of the ring, Garcia lands a left hand again off a couple of touch jabs. 30 seconds left. Imanaga's been the busier fighter, but Garcia a little more active. Hard body shots on the inside by Imanaga. Imanaga out hustling Garcia a little bit in this 10th round. 18 seconds left. Imanaga blocking a right hook. Eats a jab by Garcia when they trade their jabs. Hard straight left hand by Garcia, but Imanaga returns fire. Has an answer for it, but not as accurate as Garcia. Garcia landed a couple of hard left hands this round, but Imanaga got off a little bit more frequently, and we'll see who the judges favor here before we get to the main 2 fights. Sean, are you a Giants fan? No, not a New York Giants fan, a 49er fan, and I like the Dolphins colors so much since I was a kid. I'm from New York. I favor the Jets more than the Giants. Only time I really rooted for the Giants was against the Patriots in the Super Bowl. And then if we're talking baseball, I'm a Yankees fan. So, Secret Dance Move says Picasso is going to shock the world later. And thank you again to Matt Borgeson and Adrian Wells for the super chat. But yeah, Matt, I think Morales would have beat Nakatani. Secret Dance Move says, Sean and you guys are sleeping on Picasso because you haven't watched him. That's not true. I covered Picasso's last fight at the MGM here in Vegas. There was nothing about him that said he's going to beat Inoue. I was expecting more from him, being a 31-0 and 1 draw Mexican fighter coming into that fight in his 20s, and I had heard good things about him. And he kind of went life and death with a pretty well into his 30s Kameda. And kind of went life and death in that fight, and there was nothing I saw from the kid that made me think he's going to beat Naoya Inoue. But I'm not sleeping on him. I said to start this that sometimes there's a precedent of these big build-up fights, someone getting upset to spoil the big fight. And also, I think Picasso looked good in his workout here in Saudi, over there in Saudi. I thought he looked good. So, and Inoue, I agree with Inoue. He's going to even fight a little beyond himself. You're going to probably get a sharper Picasso than we saw in July against Kameda, because this is his big opportunity to fight his Super Bowl. So, yeah, I think I got Inoue stopping Picasso to the body at some point. That tall, slender frame is a big target area for an amazing body puncher in Inoue. But I've seen upsets happen in these build-up fights, so part of me wouldn't be surprised if we see an upset. So we'll see what's up. And you can't, Sean, what's with the hair? Bad hair day? I don't know. I don't know. It's a little long even for me right now. And now it certainly is a bad hair day because I'm fresh out the shower with a beanie. But I don't know. I felt like wearing the beanie tonight. I just did. Felt like wearing my Eric Cartman South Park beanie. See, there it is. Just a vibe. Boxing 9741. Can I do a Tiafimo Senior impression? This is almost half Bob Arum. My impressions just aren't on point right now. I'm taking a little break, but Roman the Man said, you're right, Picasso almost lost his last fight. One judge had it a draw, so I don't see Picasso making it past 6 rounds. Nakatani is bigger, better, stronger, hits harder than Inoue and Bam. I don't know. Yeah, his left hand might be the hardest punch between Inoue and himself, but Inoue is a more versatile fighter than Nakatani. He has better feet, a little faster and more athletic, although Nakatani has very good speed. But I think, look, and Erdison Garcia takes the O of Taiga Imanaga. So, a slight upset for the Japanese side of the card. Taiga Imanaga loses this fight. Certainly down the stretch, once I locked into this fight from the knockdown forward, Garcia was the more accurate fighter. You see his face is clean in there, the Dominican fighter. And Imanaga took a lot of punishment down the stretch of this fight. And that knockdown was huge. So, a little bit of an upset there. They're gonna make a movie about you, bro. A movie. Yo, my son better than Sugar Ray Robinson. So, there you go. And speaking of that fight, Shakur and Teofimo, can I keep it real? I'm looking forward to it. It's a great matchup. I would like to see both fighters show pound for pound elite stuff, which I think is possible in that fight. But also just watching old school boxing like I love to, Mike McCallum versus Julian Jackson or fights like that. I was watching Marciano Walcott earlier. James, Mike, just a lot of Mike McCallum fights, period. McCallum against James Toney or Terry Norris against Meldrick Taylor. And they say this about basketball too and football. Like, it just used to be more of a grown-ass man sport. And no disrespect to Tio and Shakur, but it's a generational thing. I mean, look at me. I'm 34 years old wearing a South Park beanie. So it's a generational thing. I'm guilty of it too. I play video games and say stupid shit from time to time. And I'm wearing an Eric Cartman beanie. So now that I've self-defecated enough to be self-aware, it just feels like I'm watching two kids. And it's not the grown-ass man sport it used to be. When Canelo and Crawford fought, that was two grown-ass men. But with Shakur and Tio, like, neither one has that maturity and that swag or aura of just the grown-ass men from the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. And they're the same age those guys were when they fought each other, like a De La Hoya Mosley or like a Mike McCallum, Julian Jackson. And it's just a different world and a different sport than it was then. And they both also, like, what was so great, I got to give Terrence Crawford a lot of credit, because when I watch a lot of those old fights from the 80s and 90s, Crawford's really one of the rare guys, and this is part of why he was just so dominant in this era, that did the little subtle things and was the complete fighter that could counter, that could lead, that was mean, that was tough, that had great stamina every single round. Really just the complete package. And I think the reason why a fighter like Crawford or Mayweather was able to be so dominant and literally never lose was there aren't a whole lot of fighters like that in the last 15 or so years. And the difference was in the 80s, in the 50s, in the 90s, was there was a lot of fighters. There was a dozen to 2 dozen fighters that had those qualities, that really had the subtle nuance to their game, that could counter, that could lead, that could counter to the body, go to the body, throw combinations, be durable, be tough, be smart, have great stamina each and every round. And there's fighters now that are talented, that are really good, but they got holes in their game. And I think that applies to Teofimo and Shakur. They're very talented. They're very good. It's a great matchup, but it doesn't feel like two grown-ass men fighting like it did once upon a time. Just keeping it real. And for being two top 10 pound for pound type fighters, they got a few holes in their game. But I'm still looking forward to it. At the same time. Can I think two things at once? Can we be reasonable here and compartmentalize? Can I say that they're two excellent young, in their prime, not that young, two in their prime, excellent fighters, elite in today's game, both athletic, both smart, both very skilled, but I'm not going to lie and pretend I feel like I'm watching that level going into their fight. And I hope they produce that kind of level. I hope it's not just Teofimo up against a boxer again with his lead hand low, forced to cut distance, getting checked by right hooks. And I hope it's not Shakur being a little timid against an explosive fighter with power. And I hope they both show the complete package as they're advertised to both have at their best of their abilities. And I hope they both bring the best out of each other. I hope one fighter doesn't just kind of fall short, whether it be Shakur or whether it be Teofimo. But it should be pretty good. So super chat from Enmu Gassendi 3964 says, "Hey Sean, is David Benavidez on your pound for pound list?" Yes, he is. I don't take a lot of time making a top 10 pound for pound list, but lately I've kind of thought of what mine would be. And with Crawford retiring, Inoue and Usyk are the top two, and then Bam Rodriguez, Dimitri Bivol, and then I think I got, this is in no order, so those are four guys right there. Junto Nakatani is 5. No order here. I think Haney, Stevenson, and Teofimo should all be in the top 10, so that takes you to 8. And then David Benavidez has to be in there too, so that takes you to 9. And then to round that out with 10, some people would say Oscar Collazo, some people would say Jai Opataya. I'm trying to think, I think if it was a year ago, I'd have Gervonta in there, but Gervonta hasn't fought in 9 months and had a draw with Roach. That should have been a loss if they ruled a knockdown correctly. So to round out number 10, I'm thinking Virgil Ortiz, maybe. But he needs to fight champions at 154. The hardware is lacking for Virgil Ortiz, but I see Virgil Ortiz as elite, or Jaron Ennis. I think Ennis or Ortiz would round out my top 10, and both guys could be higher than 10, even though I'm not really putting this in order past the first 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I think the top 4 now is Inoue, Usyk, Bivol, and Bam. But I think after that, it's Nakatani, Benavidez, Haney, Stevenson, Lopez, and then Ortiz or Ennis I would put up there. So I think Ortiz has the better resume. I think Ennis would be the favorite head-to-head. But I look at both of them as elite, Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. I still, in a perfect world, would like to not actually see them fight straight away. I'd like to see Ennis fight Bakram, and I'd like to see Ortiz fight Fundora. And then their fight would be a unification to fully determine who's the best 154 in the world. But I do look at both of them as elite level fighters. So that's who would kind of round out my top 10. Matt Borgeson said, "I've heard the Zerto fight might not be happening. Talks of Beterbiev. Is this true?" I haven't really heard that. From what I've heard, it's more Benavidez Zerto is all go, but I prefer to watch Benavidez against Beterbiev. Long as Benavidez can make 175 strong and isn't just dying to go to cruiserweight and put that weight on, then I would love to see Benavidez and Beterbiev. That's a fight I've been dying for like 3 years now. So I would favor Benavidez. I think you got to when you factor in age. In my opinion, I think you got to favor Benavidez when you factor in age. Now, 5 years ago, very well a different story, but I think Benavidez definitely beats Beterbiev at this stage of Beterbiev's career. Respect to the former undisputed light heavyweight champ. But Roman, the man, going back to saying, I don't see Inoue going up to 126 like it's rumored. Well, he's talked about it, but forget 126 right now, Inoue. Run the Nakatani fight first, and we'll take it from there because I think Nakatani, win or lose, is going to be the signature fight of his career. It's going to be the biggest fight in Japan's history. As long as these two don't get upset here, I think that's going to be the capstone fight of his career. And I think if he beats Nakatani, to me, Inoue is already a first ballot Hall of Famer, not just to me, but to anybody who has a Hall of Fame vote. But I think win or lose, I think his biggest legacy fight is going to be Nakatani. And I think if he beats Nakatani, he's just playing with house money at that point. And from a Hall of Fame sense, he's already playing with house money. But I think if he beats Nakatani, it kind of becomes not irrelevant and not insignificant by any means. But he's playing with house money at 26. He get knocked out in a fight at 26. and it won't really matter. His legacy from 108 to 122 and being probably the greatest 122 pounder in the history of the sport, it'll already be solidified. And being Japan's greatest fighter of all time, that'll all be solidified. So if he could get past Nakatani in a super fight at the Tokyo Dome, I think 126 is just going to be playing with house money. It's just going to be, all he can do is add to his legacy. He can't really damage it by getting knocked out potentially at 26. That's how I would look at it. The Nakatani fight is going to be the capstone signature legacy fight. So, but yeah, Matt, I haven't heard. Now, yeah, to Colonel Boxing's point, he said if Turkey offers a great bag to fight in Saudi, it could be. Yeah, I agree with that. If Turkey's going to, double the purse of whatever Benavidez could make fighting Zurdo, then yeah. But I don't know. Benavidez also talked about wanting to fight in the United States and be an attraction in the United States. I think, he'd have to weigh some things there. I think if the money is good for Zurdo Ramirez and it's not as good as it'll be in Saudi, but you have an opportunity to become a star in America and kind of hold down the dates Canelo had on Cinco de Mayo, you got to weigh that a little bit. That should tip even the scales a little bit against a bigger check in Saudi. The boxing purist in me would want him to take the Beterbiev fight, though. I'm more intrigued and prefer the Beterbiev fight at 75 than I do a move up to cruiserweight. I mean, and not just that, but if you stay at 175 for a Beterbiev fight, then you could stay at 75 potentially for the Bivol fight, which is the most meaningful fight, fighting for the light heavyweight championship. And ideally for Benavidez, you're not just going to skip 75 without having faced the champion. And yeah, Bivol vacated rather than defend the title against Benavidez. That definitely bears mentioning, but I'd rather see Benavidez fight for the light heavyweight title before making any kind of move to cruiserweight against Zurdo. But the Zurdo fight is fun. It would be a dope fight at T-Mobile, probably in Vegas. I would love to cover that fight, but I would push that aside for Beterbiev, and especially if it leads to a Bivol fight for the title at light heavyweight thereafter. So, I can compartmentalize. I don't love America's top talent fighting in Saudi before dead crowds. As the PIF, the Public Investment Fund, is hemorrhaging money. They got to be hemorrhaging money on this fight. The pay-per-view buys got to be paltry. The gates got to be poor in Riyadh, and the PIF has to pay out millions of dollars. But hey, it's their fucking money, not mine. And the purist in me would prefer Benavidez Beterbiev and Bivol right after. So take that how you will. But let's see. See what they're talking about in the chat. Let me go wake my wife up too real quick, chat. 1 second. Because she wanted to watch these fights. Hey, Sammy. Sammy, it's about to be co-main event time. Nakatani. And then Inoue. Let's see. King High Priest says Inoue pound for pound #1. I think if Sean, MVP says, Sean, do you still think Inoue is on PEDs? I never said he was on PEDs. The question was originally asked for the millionth time, but I'll go over it, was do you think it's suspicious that he mentioned testing and then the original date for Fulton got pushed back? And I said, yeah, I think it's suspicious. And nothing would surprise me in elite level boxing. And I went on in that same video. I got to clip it one day. I'm just waiting for the right moment to launch pad it. But in that same video, I said Holyfield was Evan Fields, Roy Jones against Richard Hall, Floyd Mayweather had a USADA exemption for high T to E, T, whatever the fuck it was, high testosterone levels for Pacquiao. Pacquiao was suspicious for years. The Alex Ariza shakes. Canelo popped for clenbuterol. And yeah, I mentioned fighters from a whole bunch of different countries and backgrounds, and then everybody said, oh, you're picking on Inoue, the great Japanese fighter, and everybody bitched and complained about it and said I called Inoue a cheater. And I also called Inoue arrogant, and he is arrogant. And you guys heard me talking up Eric Morales as my favorite fighter alongside Bernard Hopkins. Eric Morales was arrogant. A lot of great fighters are arrogant. And so Inoue is arrogant. That's why he taunts a lot during his fights. I think it's funny because I see, like, when they were like asking him about Bam, and he's like, a fan? No, I'm not a fan. And that's the arrogance of a lot of great champions. And I think a lot of people see what I said 2 years ago now. They just don't want to admit it. And then a lot of boxing fans are weird these days. They have these parasocial relationships. I'm going to talk about this with Raheem to close the year. You know, parasocial got nominated as the word of the year by Cambridge Dictionary. And you see a lot of boxing fans with parasocial relationships with their favorite fighters who they'll defend to the death and scream bloody murder if you criticize them in any way, shape, or form and don't treat them like a demigod. So yeah, you've heard me talk about how Inoue might be the best fighter pound for pound, might be the greatest 122 pounder in the world, or of all time, excuse me, and is a truly special talent and fighter, a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's also arrogant. And what I originally said was, yeah, it was suspicious that the date got pushed back after tweeting about VADA's random testing, and that nothing would surprise me in elite level sports, not just boxing. And I mentioned Floyd and Manny and Canelo and Roy and Evander, and I mentioned that guys work with Victor Conti and they work with Memo Heredia and all that stuff. So that is what I originally said, MVP. But then people, all the little Inoue dick-sucking trolls and all the people, they try to bombard me and go, you call him an arrogant cheater. And it's like, that's not actually a quote of what I said. And Crawford fans do the same. They bitch and moan about my critique of him joining Saudi for the last 2 fights of his career. Haney fans bitch and moan that I picked Norman and brought up the Conti Association. They go, well, what about Barrios? What about Virgil Ortiz? Okay, Ortiz and Bam and Barrios, them too. Anybody who worked with Victor, anybody means anybody. That worked with Conti has some suspicion around him because Conti, rest in peace, admitted he could beat the test. Are we all square here? Are we all clear here? And so yeah, but yeah. So you're a Bud hater, says Aventador, laughing yeah, Bud hater, yeah. Had him pound for pound as far back as 2016 and 17, #1, and I had receipts to show it, but let all his new dick-sucking fans tell it, and, you know, I'm hating. It's too much dick-sucking from the fans. I'm keeping it real. So, yep. Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, said Sugar Ray Leonard was arrogant. He was. Sugar Ray Robinson was arrogant. Floyd Mayweather was arrogant. Crawford is arrogant. Morales, Mayweather, Inoue, Ali, Foreman, everyone in the business of elite boxing is like that. Yes. And hagiography. Let's take it to the dictionary here. Hagiography is let me read the definition of hagiography, okay? Hagiography. And the definition of hagiography, let's get the definition here. This is what a lot of parasocial fans want for their favorite fighters, how they want me to cover it. Hagiography is the writing of the lives of saints. Biography that idealizes its subject. Let's say it again, chat, and I know I'm being a little bit of a condescending asshole here. Hagiography. Oh, excuse me, I spelled it wrong, which shows you how stupid I am. Hagiography. The writing of the lives of saints, or a biography that idolizes its subject, or adulatory writing about another person. It's when you make someone a demigod, a saint, infallible, perfect, as if they are not human like us with good and bad. And what's so funny is what I'd like to say to people who call me a hater, or any fighter who would want to call me a hater, is say something nice about me. I say a million nice things about all of yous. Let's see you say something nice about me. And I doubt a lot of them could do it. I doubt a lot of my haters could say something nice about me. And doesn't that mean they're actually a hater? That someone they disagree with something about, they can thus not say anything positive about? I could say something positive about my stepdad, who used to beat the shit out of me. He was a good tile setter, guys. He set tiles really well. And when he was trying to show me how to set tiles with grout and everything, I should have listened to him on that one thing. Okay? The other things, being a drug addict, beating the shit out of women, I should have discarded. But I'll give him a compliment wherever he is, Kenneth Bach. He was a pretty good tile setter. See? Even I could say something positive about someone I hate. And that means I'm not really a hater then, okay? We got a little bit deep and off track there, but it is also 4 o'clock in the morning, chat, and 2 days after Christmas. So, but yeah, to Matt's point, a lot of great fighters have been arrogant. And guess what? Roy Jones was arrogant, right? Now Roy Jones is a cuddly, awesome uncle from Florida. Now Roy Jones is the nicest, most humble man you could meet. But in his prime, in his 20s and 30s, when he was a bad motherfucker and knew it, he was arrogant. You know, like shit. Steve Young, sweet man, lovely man. I'm sure he was kind of arrogant, even through his awesome, kind Mormon demeanor. Okay, what do you know? Professional athletes that are the shit, making millions of dollars, sometimes beating the shit out of other human beings with their bare hands, can feel themselves a little bit. Is it? Oh my God! Is it shocking? Case in point, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant said, one of my biggest strengths is that I'm an asshole. I love Kobe Bryant. I have Kobe Bryant's, I have all 3 of his jerseys here. Purple, white alternate on Sunday games, and gold. If I call Kobe Bryant a sociopathic asshole, then his fans would want to kill me. But when Kobe Bryant admits to being an asshole, that seems to just, do you get what I'm saying? He admitted he was an asshole. So anyways, let's keep it going. Let's go. So, therapeutic use exemptions. Thank you. In reference to Floyd before the Inoue fight. Is Bivol arrogant to you, Sean? He's both. He flashes that arrogance of a great fighter, telling Canelo no, and no. But Bivol also has a lot of humility. He'll admit if a fighter got the better of him in sparring. He'll give credit immediately where it's due. Bivol has some arrogance of a great fighter, but also is a pretty humble guy too. You know, Bivol's pretty cool. On Bivol's come up, when I interviewed him when he was fighting on HBO, when he was fighting on the Kovalev Ward undercard, he was a pretty humble guy, and he's retained a lot of that humility. Some guys retain more humility than others. Some guys are more arrogant than others. It's all good. I just want to tell the truth about it. Is that a crime? So, thank you, my man. Matt Borgeson said, Matt, you're too kind, bro. You have single-handedly paid for this pay-per-view for me, so I appreciate that. Matt Borgeson says, Inoue is that innocent milkman who suddenly sleeps with your wife and steals $500 from your wallet. Literal monster in disguise. I mean, mean, he's mean, he's mean. It's an interesting way to put it, that. And then Matt also says, Teddy Atlas thinks Nakatani's going to struggle, and the Inoue matchup will be in jeopardy. He's been Quasimodo lately, so I believe him. Yes, and Teddy's always been an amazing analyst, amazing media guy. And Sebastian Hernandez is coming to the ring now. We're gonna lock in here. But Teddy used to pick a lot of fights wrong. I remember he had Zab Judah over Floyd Mayweather back in the day. But since doing his podcast, I mean, Teddy's been on fire with his picks. But I remember in the ESPN Friday Night Fight days, he wasn't always very accurate with his fight picks. His analysis was exquisite, but he would pick a number of fights wrong. Look, great hitters go through slumps, all right? And I'm Aaron fucking Judge over here. I'm going to be better in 2026. But, yeah, Teddy's been on fire lately. And I know I liked what I saw from Hernandez at times on tape. But Hernandez got hit a lot in his fights. And so we'll see. But you can't underestimate 2 undefeated Mexican fighters coming into this. You just saw Taiga Imanaga get upset. So I think we're in for 2 exciting fights. But you would think... and I like some of the combination punching from Hernandez, the offense from Hernandez, but defensively, he gets hit a lot, and he's going to be right in front of Junto Nakatani. Now, Nakatani's pretty new to this weight class, though, And this may be one of the biggest men he's faced as a professional. But Nakatani with Rudy Hernandez in Southern California has to receive a lot of Mexican sparring in the Los Angeles area. So he's probably had the sparring to prepare for a Sebastian Hernandez. He has a Mexican-American trainer. So I think Nakatani and Inoue should handle their business, but we'll see. We could have some upset fever here. So here comes Junto Nakatani to the ring. His left hand is one of the best weapons in boxing. Rudy Hernandez has continued to steadily make him grow from a tall, rangy fighter with a dynamite left hand into more of a complete fighter with two hands and all-around skills. Nakatani, because of his power, hasn't had to go 12 rounds a whole lot in his career. I'd have to recheck the box rec. How many times has Nakatani went 12 rounds? I think maybe once. But a lot of his fights haven't went past the 6th or 7th round. A lot of the fighters at 118 and 115 just couldn't handle his punching power. So let's see. Has he ever? He's went 12 twice against Andrew. Well, no, he knocked out Maloney in the 12th and went 12 with RG Cortez at 115. But Alts only went 12 rounds twice as Nakatani. And that's because a lot of fighters can't handle his punching power. But this is his first fight at 122 against a sturdy Mexican fighter with solid offense. So we'll see what we get. This should be an entertaining pair of fights here. Boxing 9741 said, Sean, I feel like there's a difference in being arrogant and confident. Well, yeah, especially if you could back it up. You could be about as arrogant as you want if you back it up. And like someone else pointed out, and then there's just being an asshole, apart from being supremely confident, even arrogant. But I think arrogance works when you back it up. I think when you back it up, it's largely just confidence. So yeah. But two things could be true at once. You can still be a little arrogant even if you do back it up, but it's okay. It's all good. Let's see. They're worried about Nakatani jeopardizing the Inoue fight. LOL. Watch, Inoue might be the one that lose today. Yeah, let's see, man. Looking forward to these pair of fights right here. Do I favor Inoue over Nakatani? I do, as long as he can still summon his peak form. I think he's a little bit more versatile and a little bit more special a fighter than Nakatani, who's 100% elite as well in today's game. But yeah, I would favor Inoue, but it's a matter of he's getting well into his 30s now, getting into more his mid-30s. And Nakatani's in his late 20s, so that's an advantage there for Nakatani. And Inoue has to calm his temperament and not just go for the kill, not go toe-to-toe with Nakatani. He's got to use his foot speed. He's got to step around Nakatani in that kind of fight and be disciplined. And I think if he does that, he is the superior fighter. But anyways, we got to put that on the hold now for a minute. We got to get ready for this matchup here. Sebastian Hernandez Reyes against Junto Nakatani. This should be fun. Is my wife supporting Picasso? No. Even though Sammy's Mexican, she thinks Inoue stops Picasso. That's what she told me earlier tonight. It sounds like she's still sleeping, but gotta wake her up again. She's in the other room and wanted to watch these two fights. Yeah, King High Priest says they're both fighting guys with no defense, both KOs. That's my logical pick for both fights. Is that both Nakatani and Inoue are too spectacular offensively, too much punching power. But, can't sleep on two undefeated Mexican fighters either. And Mexican fighters are durable, so maybe that power of Nakatani gets absorbed better, fighting his first 122-pounder and perhaps a durable Mexican fighter. Maybe this guy takes the power a little bit well. But, yeah, I totally hear what you're saying, King High Priest. Should I move to Texas for better boxing exposure? I want insight how to move. Well, where are you living now? If you're not living in California or the Midwest like Ohio or somewhere like that, yeah, Texas would probably be an improvement for your caliber of work out there. But let's focus on the fight now. Junto Nakatani against Sebastian Hernandez. This should be a good one. Let's see what we get. And round one starts. The southpaw Nakatani bending over to his left side a little bit, measuring with his lead hand, flicking his jab. Straight left hand. The first straight left hand Nakatani throws lands, and the man has a special left hand. Shoots another straight left hand. Hernandez stepping over to his left in his high guard. Nakatani with a little bend over to his left side, trying to give half of his body. Nakatani with that wide base, that wide stance, measuring with his lead hand, shoots a straight left hand, a right hook behind it. Big right uppercut by Junto Nakatani. Beautiful shot off the straight left hand. Beautiful right uppercut at long range by Nakatani. Hernandez absorbing the power, decent right there, but it popped his head up clean. Nakatani lands a jab, straight left hand by Nakatani. Hernandez takes a step out of range. Now he resets in the center of the ring. Nakatani flicking with his lead hand, probing a little bit, stepping over to his left. Again, bending down to his left side. Hernandez a little bit over his front foot with his high guard. And Nakatani going to look to take advantage of that. Left uppercut by Nakatani. Part of it blocked. Now a straight left hand by Nakatani. Nakatani is a masterful with that brick hand, that backhand, that left hand. 1-2 by Nakatani and a right hook to the body down low to cap that three-punch combination. Nakatani stepping over to his left, and Hernandez hasn't really thrown a punch in the first minute and a half of this fight. Nakatani stepping to his left, probing with that lead hand, bending down to his left with that wide base. Straight left hand by Nakatani again. He walks Hernandez into it. Hernandez just trying to absorb on the high guard right now and cut the distance a little bit on Nakatani. And again, Nakatani, you'd like to see him cap some combinations here to the body, but having an excellent start to the fight. Now Hernandez steps in with his lead hand a little bit and touches with the jab. Doesn't really shoot it yet. Touches with his jab again, but Nakatani keeps moving over to his left with that wide base, and now he clinches Hernandez once Hernandez finally gets a little bit closer to him. And now Nakatani resets in the center of the ring. Nakatani touching with the lead hand, straight left hand. Hernandez blocks it. Hernandez wanting to get closer to Nakatani before letting his hands go. Nakatani flicking out his jab. Touches with a right hook. Sweeps a left hand or tries to get it around the high guard. Hernandez catches it decent on the right glove. Hernandez, again, 30 seconds left in the round, is not really throwing any punches. Straight left hand and a right hand, and Nakatani shuffles out to his right, resets in the center of the ring, steps over to his left, shoots a straight left hand again, and continues to probe with his lead hand. Now Hernandez shoots a jab, throws another jab, and forces Nakatani to move out to his right. And Nakatani with a short left hand inside as Hernandez closed the distance, and he ties him up. 10 seconds left. And pretty clear, decisive round for Nakatani. Hernandez did block his shots a little bit better as the round progressed, but that was a pretty clear and concise round for Junto Nakatani. Very easy round to score. Hernandez was handcuffed. And again, Nakatani bending down a little bit to his left side, got that wide base, stepping over predominantly to his left. When Hernandez cut the distance and forced him to move out to his right a few times, he did. Tied Hernandez up about twice when Hernandez got closer to him. So a very disciplined round for Nakatani. Landed really, really clean in the first half of that round. And then Hernandez, keeping his hands at home, was able to catch some of those shots better as the round progressed. So, Sean, what about Beterbiev? Is he arrogant? Yeah, he's a little arrogant too. Also kind of humble, but also kind of arrogant. Same thing with Inoue. Kind of arrogant, kind of humble. They fluctuate between the two of them. You know, people can have multi-dimensions to them. MVP saying Nakatani looking good in the first round. So here we go, round two. Lead right hook by Nakatani to get him started. Nakatani planting his feet in the center of the ring. Straight left hand from Nakatani, gets caught on the high guard. Nice left hand to the body by Nakatani in between punches. Beautiful left uppercut by Nakatani off a lead right hand setup. And now Nakatani fencing with that lead glove. Checks him with a right hook and a straight left hand, and I think Hernandez felt that shot. Great accuracy punching through the center of the high guard by Junto Nakatani early in this fight. Nakatani taking steps over to his left, probing and fencing with that lead hand, feints, dips low, and then escapes out to his right. So showing a little bit of movement to both sides from Nakatani. Straight left hand off a probing jab by Nakatani. Nakatani not really jabbing. He flicks his right hand out there just as a rangefinder. Now Hernandez gets a little bit closer, but Nakatani, oh, beautiful left uppercut by Nakatani that he walks Hernandez into. Nakatani having a good sense of distance here, probing with his lead hand and stepping over to both sides. Now Nakatani shoots his jab. Finally, Hernandez lands his own jab, but Nakatani pushes him back with a straight left hand, makes Hernandez have to step out. And yeah, Nakatani wants to keep you on the end of the shot and time you walking in as well. So they're doing a good job of that. Doesn't have a dominant jab with his height. Flicks his jab out there a lot. Stepping over to his left. Hernandez speeding him up a little bit. Beautiful left uppercut by Nakatani. Doing a great job of walking Hernandez into punches right now. Now he puts a little bit more on that double jab. Straight left hand, right hook by Nakatani. Steps out to his right. Both those shots land oh, beautiful left uppercut by Nakatani. Uses that tall frame to actually get underneath and pivot out to his right. Nice sweeping left hand to the body by Nakatani and moves out to his right again in the center of the ring. Nakatani doing a good job of moving out to his right more this round after predominantly going to his left in the first round. 1-2 by Nakatani. It's all Nakatani early. Good sense of distance and control, even without a dominant jab. Doing a good job getting low with that tall frame. Now a left hook lands for Hernandez, but he pays for it with his big left hand up top by Nakatani. Nakatani punching with him. Nakatani walking him into a left hand and a right uppercut behind it. Good body shot with the left hand by Nakatani. Hernandez, about 10 seconds ago, landed his best punch of the fight, a left hook to the body. But Nakatani, with his timing, punched with him and made him pay for it with a left hand up top. But that was a good hook to the body by Hernandez. Left uppercut by Nakatani, and good job getting underneath. Hernandez steps in with a right uppercut, but Nakatani making him pay for walking through those landmines. Good left hand to the body by Nakatani. Big right hook on the inside by Nakatani off a nice little angle, just a little subtle angle when Hernandez is closing the gap on Nakatani. But when you're trying to close the gap on a puncher like Nakatani, it's like walking through the landmines. And some of them exploded on Hernandez, whose face is clean. He's keeping his hands at home, being handcuffed with the high guard. And he did speed up Nakatani a little bit. But Nakatani made him eat some bombs whenever he stepped in close there. So, Sean, do you think Bottom G is arrogant? I think Bottom G is a douchebag. I think arrogant would be a little bit of a compliment. He's a douchebag. So yeah, King High Priest said Sean's got that commentary taking you into the fight. Yeah, Hernandez landed a left hook to the body and then brought a right hand up top. There it is, left hook to the body, right hand up top, landed two, and Nakatani made him pay with a bone-crunching, sweeping left hand on the inside. Nakatani wants to keep you on the end of his shots, but he does a good enough job with the trajectory on his inside punches to also hurt you on the inside as well. So you do want to get inside of that power. Straight left hand to start for the third round for Nakatani. And again, Nakatani doesn't have a great jab with that height. He has a wide base and he kind of flicks his jab to set up the power shots. But he's got a tremendous right uppercut, good right hook, and a murderous left hand. Good right hook on the inside. Now Hernandez gets in a couple of body shots. Works in the clinch well. Nakatani clinches him and drives him to the ropes. Nakatani crouches down now. Left uppercut. Two left uppercuts by Nakatani off that probing lead hand. And then sweeps the left hand inside as well as Hernandez tries to get to the body. Nakatani with good punch selection. Good right hand to the body by Hernandez on the inside. He's getting closer to Nakatani earlier in this round than in rounds previous. Nakatani clinches him and resets his distance in the center of the ring. Hernandez coming forward behind that high guard. Nakatani a little bit wide with his power shots, but lands a right uppercut. But Hernandez is getting closer to Nakatani earlier in this round. Nakatani's tying him up. Hernandez might be trying to weather the storm early here. And Nakatani landing a left hand, landing a jab, but Hernandez finding more contact on the inside, getting in closer here. Hernandez landing a left hook inside, getting to the body. More contact for Hernandez in round three, finding more of a target here. Good body shots by Hernandez on the inside, but Nakatani sweeps a left hand and lands a right uppercut. But Hernandez is more accurate this round. Hernandez letting his hands go much more in the third round on the inside than in the first two. Good work on the inside by Hernandez. Left hook up top, some body shots. 1-2 back at range for Nakatani. But Hernandez trying to absorb. Oh, good left uppercut and a straight right hand by Hernandez. And that forces Nakatani in retreat a little bit. Hernandez covering up tight. And now Hernandez is working in the clinch good with his right hand, landing up top in the clinch against Nakatani. Nakatani clinching him, doesn't want to fight on the inside at a distance that favors Hernandez a little bit more. So Nakatani resets in the center of the ring. More competitive third round to be sure. 40 seconds left in the round. Nakatani flicking that jab out there, trying to keep it long. Big left hand by Nakatani on the outside, but Hernandez takes it well and fires to the body in the clinch with his free hand, with his right hand. 30 seconds left. There's going to be another knock. Oh, nice left uppercut by Nakatani, placing it between the high guard and a three-punch combination from Nakatani. Splits the high guard. Left hand to the body by Nakatani. Left uppercut on the inside. He tucks those elbows in to block the body shots, but now two body shots get in for Hernandez. Fight is heating up. Right uppercut on the inside for Nakatani. Another huge right uppercut for Nakatani, but Hernandez, the first time Nakatani's fighting a 122-pound Mexican, he's absorbing the power decent. That's another Nakatani round, placing power shots beautifully. But Hernandez got a lot of body work done that round, and he sped the pace up a lot and got his hands working much better than he did in the first two rounds. 30-27, Junto Nakatani, but a little bit more two-way action in round 3 there. So, Kobe Zoldik said Nakatani was moving a lot. I wonder how that gas tank will hold up late. So R30 says Hernandez needs to pick it up. I think he is now. He is picking it up a little bit more now. And he's starting to absorb the power well, and he got some body work done there. So, you know, Nakatani facing a durable Mexican fighter. Let's see how this heats up. Colonel Boxing says Sean Murataya Cruz. I favor Cruz, but Murataya can hurt Cruz. Murataya has to let his hands go in that fight. He has to fight with more of a sense of urgency than he typically does. But Murataya has a good chance to defend his title, but I favor Cruz right now. Anyway, back to round 4, and Hernandez getting inside, landing with his left hook a little bit. 2 left uppercuts on the inside by Nakatani, and then moves out to his right, but Hernandez has closed the gap on Nakatani now. Nakatani, good defense there on the inside, swimming around, bobbing and weaving, keeping his elbows tight, but 2 body shots on the inside by Hernandez. Hernandez is 2 hard left hands on the inside by Nakatani. Hernandez working the body consistently now, early in the 4th round on the inside, and outworking Nakatani at times on the inside here, just letting his hands go on the inside. Nakatani got to keep his composure here and continue to place his bombs. Good defense at times here by Nakatani on the inside. Using a little bit of head movement, but now Hernandez is letting him go, firing many combinations. Left hook to the body by Hernandez. 2 left uppercuts on the inside by Nakatani. Nakatani trying to keep those elbows tight and pick the power shots in between the volume of Hernandez. Nice right uppercut by Nakatani. Steps out to his right, but Hernandez is on his ass. He has closed the gap. Hernandez has closed the gap, fires some right hands to the body, and Nakatani has to hold to reset in the center of the ring. Good test of Nakatani's composure. 2 hard left uppercuts by Nakatani. Beautiful punch there by Nakatani. And a 1-2-3. Beautiful. That's beautiful work by Nakatani. He threw a left uppercut and a straight left off the left uppercut. Kind of like you saw Crawford against Canelo throw a straight left hand and then throw a sweeping left hand off the straight left hand. Nakatani threw a beautiful left uppercut and then threw a straight left hand off of it. And then a 1-2-3 combination and pivoted out. That was beautiful work. Oh, beautiful right uppercut by Nakatani off his pivot out of the corner to the right. And now Hernandez walking into a left hand by Nakatani and a right hook to the body. That's composure and clean work by Nakatani. Angles and power shots by Nakatani. And that is cleaner work than just the busy smothering body work of Hernandez. But Hernandez is landing some shots this round, but Nakatani is showing, Nakatani knocked into the ropes. Good body work by Hernandez. Left uppercut on the inside by Hernandez. Nakatani throws his left uppercut and a right hook and a left uppercut, but Hernandez is just trying to overwhelm him with volume, and Nakatani just has to be composed here, take some angles, and let his cleaner power shots control the fight. Good body work by Hernandez Forces Nakatani to tie him up, but I see good composure from Nakatani this round. Double right hook by Nakatani, sweeping that shot on the top of the head on the inside. Nakatani forced to the ropes. Lots of volume by Hernandez. Still a Nakatani round, 40-36. You know, some of that body work is effective by Hernandez. Some of that inside work is effective by Hernandez. But I also see Nakatani staying composed, landing the harder, cleaner shots, and getting some beautiful work done that round. It's just that rounds 3 and 4 have heated up. It's two-way action now. But a lot of just busy work. Not a lot of leverage on some of these shots. Some leverage on some of the body work by Hernandez, but a lot of just being busy. And Nakatani, there it is, that left uppercut, straight left hand by Nakatani. Yep, left uppercut, straight left hand. That's beautiful work. You're usually not going to see a fighter double up on their backhand, on their power hand. Left uppercut again by Nakatani on the slow-mos. Left uppercut by Hernandez, but the difference is the leverage. Hernandez is just being busy, and Nakatani is the guy still placing the power shot with full leverage at times. So I got it 40-36 Nakatani. It'll be interesting to see how he holds up with the pace if Hernandez can continue to take the power. Good straight left hand to the body by Nakatani off the jab. Another 2 good body shots. That Nakatani needs to go to the body, and he's doing that early in the 5th round beautifully with a right hook and a left hand there. Nakatani, slow this dude down. Give him some body work. Place some of those accurate power shots downstairs. Hernandez gets to Nakatani's body, and Nakatani has to clinch and force him back into the center of the ring. Nakatani fencing with his jab, steps over to his right, steps over to his left, throws a left uppercut and a straight left hand off the left uppercut again. That left hand, straight left hand popped up the head of Hernandez, and I like the composure from Nakatani. This is a good test for him in his first outing at 22. He's going to have to breathe through the suffocating pressure right now of Hernandez, and he's breathing well. I agree with Coppinger. He's got it 4-0 Nakatani. Nakatani landing nice right uppercuts and left uppercuts on the inside. Good body work by Hernandez. He steps in and just works both hands to the body. Beautiful left hand to the body by Nakatani. That hurt Hernandez, and he fires a combination up top behind it. Nakatani needs to hurt Hernandez to the body some more. And that'll slow down the Mexican fighter. Hurt him to the body. Another left hand on the inside to the body by Nakatani. Another left hand on the inside by Nakatani to the body. And Hernandez flurrying to the body as well. Being busy to the body. But it's Nakatani with the leverage on his power shots. He is definitely the harder puncher. And if he keeps finding that body. Oh, right uppercut by Nakatani. Some chin by the Mexican Hernandez. Walks through a right uppercut that lifted his head right up. Nakatani, minute 7 left in the round. Steps over to his right. Keeps it in the center of the ring. Sweeps a left hand. The one that knocked out Maloney. Hernandez walks through it. Works to the body. Hard left hook on the inside by Hernandez up top. Great fight breaking out in terms of action. Nakatani steps over. Switches orthodox. Switches back southpaw. That's the pressure, making him momentarily switch. Gets underneath a left hook. Nice head movement there by Nakatani. So hard left hand to the body by Nakatani. But Hernandez is durable. Durable Mexican fighter. Coming forward. Working the body of Nakatani. Good work on the inside by Hernandez. Left uppercut by Nakatani. Oh, sweeping right hand lands for Hernandez. Oh, hard right hand to the body by Hernandez. Nakatani clinches. Nakatani. Nice sweeping left hand to the body, but Hernandez outworking him in these sequences down the stretch of the 5th round. Good body work by Hernandez, and a hell of a chin and hell of a durability by Hernandez. Nakatani still placing some power shots down the stretch of this round, but the pressure is relentless and the volume is relentless by Hernandez. 5-0 Junto Nakatani, though. Still landed and placed a number of beautiful, clean, effective power shots that round, but Hernandez has done some excellent work to the body these last couple rounds, and down the stretch of that 5th round, out-hustled Nakatani to the body in a number of sequences in that last minute, but still a Nakatani round. He's still having the most clean, effective power shots. 50-45, Junto Nakatani. Really fun fight. Nakatani hurt him midway through the round with a left-hand body shot, and wasn't able to go back to that body. I'd like to see him, place some shots to the body again. So DeAndre Martin says 5-0 Junto. I definitely want to see Hernandez again, and he hasn't won a round. No, Hernandez is fighting a very good fight the last 3 rounds. Do I think Nakatani's awkward? Yeah, a little bit. It's awkward the way he can get underneath shots at times with that tall frame. A credit to him. And he does throw some interest. He has some unique angles and trajectories on some of his power shots. All right, so Nakatani fencing with his jab to start the 6th round. Steps over to his right. Keeps the jab in his face. Eats a lead left hand, trying to load up on an uppercut against Hernandez. Hernandez working to the body on the inside. Another nice right hand to the body by Hernandez. And Hernandez is just being busy to the body, not overly committing to any one shot. It's Nakatani, again, trying to generate that leverage a lot more punch for punch. Good left hook on the inside by Hernandez. Oh, beautiful left hook on the inside by Hernandez off a body shot. Nakatani showing a good chin there. Showing he can take it and not just dish it. Right hand. This is Hernandez off to the best start of the fight so far in the first minute. Left uppercuts on the inside by Hernandez. And a left hook. 2 hard body shots by Hernandez. This is a Hernandez round early. Hernandez working clean on the inside, getting in harder, more effective power shots than in the... Now Nakatani sweeps the left hand, comes back with a right uppercut. Hernandez eats it and keeps working. Nakatani showing some good durability himself to start the first half of the 6th round. He's eating some clean shots. 2 left uppercuts on the inside by Nakatani. Nakatani staying on the inside. Hernandez working both hands. Nakatani on the ropes, eats a left uppercut. Right uppercut by Hernandez. Left hand lands for Hernandez. Hernandez working the body. Nakatani, eats a straight right hand by Hernandez. He's near the corner. And a nice work in the clinch by Hernandez. Nakatani has to smother Hernandez onto the ropes. Nakatani pushes him off. Gets back to his lead hand. A good right hand by Hernandez. More uppercuts to the body by Hernandez. Sweeping left hand by Nakatani on the inside, and a brutal body shot on the inside by Nakatani. Gets a little bit of separation. 2 left uppercuts to the body by Nakatani. Right uppercut inside. Nakatani straight left hand to the body. Big combination up top by Nakatani, getting full leverage on those power shots. Hernandez withstands it. Works on the inside. Oh, good body shot and a left hook by Hernandez on the inside. This is Hernandez's round. Nakatani's landed some bombs on the inside with a little bit of separation, but it's a Hernandez round. 25 seconds left. Hernandez finding the mark cleaner than ever in the 6th round. Nakatani eats a right uppercut on the inside. 2 left hands to the body, but a right uppercut again by Hernandez lifts Nakatani's head up a little bit. Nakatani measuring with his jab, can't keep his distance. He's in a dogfight. Good work by Hernandez. Some clean, hard shots by Nakatani in between all this work of Hernandez, but that's a definite Hernandez round. So for Hernandez gets off the snide going into the second half of this fight. 5-1 Nakatani, 59-55. But Hernandez busted through that round with some head snappers. He's gotten a lot of body work done in this fight, but this was the first round he was able to snap that head around with some clean left hooks up top. And Nakatani is having a good game face, good composure in there, but he took some clean, hard shots that round. Yeah, that was that. It was a right hand setting up a left hook to the body by Hernandez. And Nakatani got his in too. Nakatani landed some blistering power shots and created just a little bit of separation on the inside to get some leverage. But I gave that round to Hernandez right there. Still trolling Sports Network said this is a fight, man. Colonel Boxing has it 1 point closer than me, 4-2. R30 has it 4-2 as well. I have it 5-1. But I think we all agree that Hernandez won the 6th. We're now into the second half of this fight. Nakatani, left uppercut off a touch jab. Sweeps the left hand too. Steps out to his right. Good combination by Nakatani, cleaning up with the right hook. But Nakatani losing just a little bit of steam off some of these power shots now. And if Hernandez was able to walk through his power shots when they had everything on him, we'll see. This could get real interesting here. Hernandez is closing the gap and getting to Nakatani. Oh, hard sweeping right hand on the inside by Hernandez. Left uppercut and good body work on the inside, pinning Nakatani on the ropes. Nakatani turns him back in the center of the ring and lands a 1-2. Hernandez walks through it, keeps going to the body, eats a left hand on the inside, but keeps going to the body. Nakatani gets his head lifted up by a jab. Nakatani steps out to his right, back in the center of the ring, shoots a 1-2. But Nakatani losing a little bit of steam off the power shots in round 7. Nakatani's got to hold his composure. Oh, good left hook to the body by Hernandez. Left uppercut by Nakatani, but Hernandez is walking through it and stepping to him. Good jab by Nakatani. Sweeping left hand off the mark. Hernandez works in the clinch with his free right hand to the body a little bit. Nakatani, 2 jabs. Measuring with the jab. Straight left hand by Nakatani, but not as much power on some of these punches by Nakatani in the 7th. Good right hook lands for Nakatani, but back comes Hernandez on the inside with a left uppercut. Forces Nakatani to the ropes. Nakatani eats a right hand, shoots a left hand to the body. Beautiful right uppercut by Nakatani on the inside off a left hand. Lifts that head up. Left hand to the body on the inside by Nakatani. Another left hand to the body by Nakatani on the inside. In between. Oh, but a right uppercut up top for Hernandez. And a sweeping left hand on the inside for Nakatani as Hernandez works the body. Nice left hook and right hand to the body by Hernandez. Hernandez throwing 3 or 4 to 1 against Nakatani, who's accurate with that 1. But Hernandez is accurate too. And throwing more. 2 left hooks on the inside for Hernandez. This is a Hernandez-style fight. Now, oh, left hook to the body by Hernandez. A little bit more leverage on some of these body shots by Hernandez. Right uppercut on the inside by Hernandez and a left hook to the body. Left hook up top for Hernandez. Nakatani pinned on the ropes. Eats a left uppercut. Nakatani sweeps the left hand with his back against the ropes. Lands it. But Hernandez is relentless. And this is going to be another Hernandez round. Nakatani gets low with his back near the ropes. Hernandez working 3 or 4 shots. Working the left hook to the body. Another left hook to the body. Right hand on the inside by Hernandez. Nakatani feeling the work rate. Oh, sweeping left hand on the inside by Nakatani. But he is being drowned by the volume of Hernandez in the 7th. Sweeping right hand lands for Hernandez on the inside. He's smothering the power of Nakatani. And oh, beautiful right hook to the body by Nakatani with a little bit of separation. That's a Hernandez round. What a relentless volume from Sebastian Hernandez. 50 or 68-65 Junto Nakatani. Hernandez definitely winning the last 2 rounds. Yeah, Hernandez really coming on strong, says Secret Dance Move. Indeed he is. Indeed he is. This is going to test Nakatani's mettle. And Nakatani's only been in the 12th round twice in his career. Inoue looking on in the dressing room like, oh shit. Inoue getting warmed up in the dressing room. But we have some drama in Riyadh. So Sean, which South Park character is your hat? Cartman. Eric Cartman. Yep. Yeah, this is a good one. 5-2. And 4-3. I see some 4-3s in the chat. Not out of the question. Not egregious at all. I just got it 5-2. So round 8 now. And Hernandez with momentum. Nakatani, to my eyes, losing a little bit of steam out of his power. Just a little bit. And that is, oh, good left uppercut by Nakatani. But Hernandez coming through 2 more left uppercuts. But Hernandez comes back with his own left uppercut. Oh, with Nakatani on the ropes. Left hook on the inside by Hernandez. Hernandez swarming Nakatani, suffocating him. Smothering the punching power. Left hook lands for Hernandez as Nakatani tries a 1-2, but Hernandez covering him up. Hernandez pins him on the ropes some more. Left uppercut on the inside, landing for Hernandez off a combination. Nakatani misses his right uppercut this time. Hernandez short little left hooks on the inside. Right uppercut on the inside. Little short shots on the inside by Hernandez. 2 left uppercuts by Nakatani. Lifts the head up a little bit. Hernandez driving Nakatani to the ropes. Nakatani resets in the center of the ring off his jab. Hernandez misses his left hook and a left uppercut, but he gets inside and works the body. Tat, 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 tat. Lead hand touching Nakatani, driving him to the ropes again. Left uppercut on the inside by Hernandez off a body shot with the left hand. Hernandez is outworking Junto Nakatani right now, smothering him. Smothering him some more. Beautiful shot on the inside by Nakatani. Right hook to the body, but he's beginning to flail with his punches. And a right hand lands for Hernandez on the inside. Hernandez overwhelming Nakatani with volume. Digging to the body. Testing his mettle. 2 left hooks on the inside by Hernandez. Nakatani landing some shots on the inside too, but not offsetting the volume of Hernandez, who's just relentless right now. Hernandez digging to the body. Good right hook to the body on the inside by Nakatani. He's got to stabilize himself and let his accuracy and leverage work for him. Big left uppercut by Nakatani in the center of the ring off his jab. Little peppering jab there by Nakatani. Good sequence there for Nakatani to try and reestablish some control. Straight left hand off that peppering jab by Nakatani. Right uppercut though by Hernandez, and he digs a left hook to the body and a left uppercut with Nakatani on the ropes. Nakatani gets off the ropes, but he's pinned on the ropes again on the opposite rope. Hernandez working his hand, working uppercuts on the inside. Not with the, good left hand to the body by Nakatani in between all that work of Hernandez. Nakatani's landed some beautiful body shots this round, but I don't think it's quite enough to offset. Beautiful left hand to the body by Nakatani with a little bit of separation. Sweeping left hand by Nakatani sets up a right hook and a right uppercut, but Hernandez smothers that right uppercut. Works the body again, but some clean work by, nice work with Nakatani pinned against the ropes. That's a Hernandez round. But Nakatani got some hard body shots with some real leverage on them that round as well. But that's a Hernandez round. 77-75, Nakatani. Thank you for the super chat, Lord Gonzo, brother. Says, thanks for the play-by-play. Thank you, sir. Hell of a fight, man. Hell of a fight. I had Nakatani winning the first 5. I have Hernandez winning the last 3. Nakatani did find some adjustments there, was able to touch with his jab and set up a couple of hard leverage body shots with a little bit of separation there. But Hernandez dictated the range, the real estate, the pace, dictated the fight that round, and got a lot of good work done himself. So I gave it to Hernandez. I got it 77-75 Nakatani. Thank you, Drummers Against It. I appreciate it. Says, thank you, Sean. Always the best commentary. Round 9, Nakatani starts with a right hook. Hernandez trying to close that gap again. Nakatani, beautiful left uppercut by Nakatani. And with his back against the ropes, squaring his feet up, lands a straight left hand. Good start to this round for Nakatani. Another left uppercut for Nakatani off a touching jab. Another left uppercut for Nakatani. Getting back in the center of the ring. You're going to have to box tonight, boy. This dude's taking the power. Box a little bit, Nakatani. There you go. Turn him. Get underneath the left hook. Measure with your lead hand. That's what Nakatani's doing now. Now Hernandez rips on the inside, and Nakatani forced to clinch in the center of the ring. Good ripping combination on the inside by Hernandez. Nakatani has got to box a little bit here. Hard left uppercut for Hernandez. Lifts Nakatani's head up. Pity pat shots from Nakatani. He eats a left hook to punctuate that exchange. Left uppercut lands for Nakatani, but back comes Hernandez with a right uppercut. A very even exchange in the first minute. Hernandez steps inside, lets his hands go, makes Nakatani miss a couple of shots there, and resets back with his steady, busy work on the inside. Hernandez just touching on the inside, touching. Nakatani, good jab there by Nakatani, stepping out to his right. Left uppercut, but back comes Hernandez with a right uppercut and little left uppercuts. Little bit of body work, little bit of left uppercuts by Hernandez in the center of the ring. 2 hard body shots by Hernandez. Nakatani's left uppercut, few and far between. Nakatani getting his head lifted up with a left uppercut. Good combination on the inside, though, by Nakatani. Back comes Hernandez with a right hand to the body. All-out work from both fighters right now. Good work on the inside by Nakatani. Hernandez answers the call, but Nakatani with a little bit more leverage on his power shots, but Hernandez the busier fighter. Good left hand on the inside by Nakatani, but Hernandez continues to punch and punch and punch. Good sweeping right hand and a left uppercut, right uppercut to the head of Nakatani by Hernandez. Big left hook by Hernandez. And Hernandez just working uppercuts to the body and head. Nakatani, they exchange, and Nakatani seems to buzz Hernandez, but he punches through that buzz. Left uppercut again for Nakatani. Nakatani with some clean, hard head snapping power shots, but a hard straight right hand by Hernandez. Little short left uppercuts by Hernandez. Body work by Hernandez. Right hand to the body on the inside by Hernandez. Hernandez busy. Not letting Nakatani take the momentum away. But Nakatani with some beautiful power shots. But they're coming 5-1 from Hernandez. 10 seconds left. What a fight. Hernandez has had his head snapped and buzzed this round. But he is relentless and outworking. Nakatani on the ropes. Getting flurried on by Hernandez. Uppercut. Shoe shines. And that's another Hernandez round where he was buzzed by some of the power shots by Nakatani. Nakatani had 1 or 2 sequences where he exploded with leverage, with just giving himself just a little bit of room to breathe from that suffocating inside work. But it's not enough to offset the constant volume of Hernandez. I got it 86-85. Junto Nakatani, who has seen his lead that I had by 5 points through 5 shrink to 1 point now. And again, Nakatani, but about a minute left, had some beautiful work done that they're showing on the DAZN replay. But it spurts against constant volume of Hernandez. Will some judges give Nakatani that round for those beautiful spurts he had? I don't think it was enough to offset the constant avalanche and momentum of Sebastian Hernandez. So let's see what we got now. Round 10. Can Nakatani stem the tide at some point? Fencing with his jab to start the 10th round. Hernandez gets him near the ropes, smothers the left uppercut. Uppercuts have been money for Hernandez, and the body work, and a left hook on the inside for Hernandez to punctuate that exchange. Hernandez, his work rate is amazing in this fight. Absolutely amazing. Hernandez and Mike Coppinger has the same score I have, 86-85. Nice right uppercut for Nakatani, but he's more arm weary than he was earlier in the fight. More arm weary. Nakatani getting low, lands a little bit of a left hand, but the body work of Hernandez as Nakatani is forced to clinch and drive Hernandez to the ropes. Nakatani is arm weary. And this is where, good left hand by Nakatani as he squares up. Another good left hand, awkward left hands by Nakatani where he squares his feet up and almost throws it like a jab and a power shot, something in between. 2 good left hands there by Nakatani, but Hernandez is on his ass. Hernandez trying to cut the distance. Nakatani trying to use his feet. Oh, nice right hook, sweeping left uppercut by Nakatani. Nakatani sets up a right uppercut off a sweeping left hand. Nakatani wisely using his feet more and slowing down the accuracy of Hernandez. Not just sitting on the inside with him. Good rally there by Nakatani. And this could be the momentum swing he needs. Nakatani using his feet more. Straight left hand as he squares his feet up, taking something off of it. Nakatani using his feet a lot more. Wise by Nakatani. A couple of straight left hands, a couple of jabs. Moving his way off the ropes. Hernandez struggling to have to pick his feet up and land with accuracy here. Minute left in the round. Nakatani could be on his way to winning a round to stem the tide. Nakatani touches with a left hand and a right uppercut. Nakatani gets underneath the right hand, pivots back to the center of the ring. Fences with his jab. Nice combination by Nakatani off the jab. Not a lot of power on that one, but he's boxing now. Left uppercut by Nakatani, gets underneath and gets back to the center of the ring. Hernandez, not as accurate. Now he gets inside and works the body. Nakatani driven to the ropes. Good work by Hernandez. Nakatani lands a left hand to the body with some separation. Lands a couple of pawing jabs. Hernandez flurrying to the body. Nakatani keeping it tight against the ropes. This is going to be a very close round that I think Nakatani boxed enough and made Hernandez's accuracy slow down. No, left uppercuts though on the inside by Hernandez. Hernandez trying to close this round strong. Hernandez closing the round strong. Good left hook on the inside. Good body work by Hernandez. Nakatani's body language caving in a little bit there in the last 10. That's a very, very, very close round there. That's a close round. That's a close round. I think Nakatani might have done enough to win it, but Hernandez closed strong. That's a close round. That's a pivotal round in the fight. I'll give it to Nakatani. 6-4 Nakatani. I'm not mad at 5-5. Despite the great movement, I think Hernandez is closing, says Colonel Boxing. Agreed. He closed that round strong. That's a swing round. That's a swing round. Nakatani spits out blood into the bucket. 96-94, Junto Nakatani on my card. I ain't mad at all at 95-95. But I got it 96-90. Lots of swelling around the right eye of Nakatani. Big swelling on the top of his right eye there. It's still anyone's fight with 2 rounds left. Referee asking for Vaseline to be wiped off the face of Hernandez. A little bit of pause in the first round. And here we go now, round 11. Hernandez starts inside. Can he stay on the inside? Nakatani trying to create a little bit of distance. Touching with shots. Fencing with his lead hand. Good left hook to the body by Hernandez. Good body shots and 2 hard left uppercuts on the inside by Hernandez. A double left hook on the inside by Hernandez, smothering the power of Nakatani. Nakatani lands a left uppercut, but a left uppercut back by Hernandez. Good start to the round by Hernandez. Hernandez starting to whip his left hand with leverage now. Good left uppercuts and left hooks, and Nakatani has to hold. Good start to the round for Hernandez. Smothers the left uppercut by Nakatani, and then landing some left hooks to the body and to the head on the inside is Hernandez. Hernandez, left uppercuts on the inside. Left hooks to the body by Hernandez, trying to pour it on Nakatani. Nakatani forced to fight on the inside, can't move. Hard left hands on the inside by, sweeping left hand on the inside by Nakatani. Sweeping left hand of the body, but Hernandez is going left hook crazy to start this round, Mexican fighter style. Hernandez with a left hook to the body, starting to punch himself out, but no, he's not. Wicked left uppercut on the inside by Nakatani, but Hernandez is outworking him in the first half of the round and has closed the gap, unlike in the 10th round. Nakatani on the ropes. Hernandez just left hook, left uppercut, left hook. Nakatani throws a right uppercut, but he's in retreat. Hernandez won't stop. Nakatani, nothing on his jab. Pinned on the ropes again. Hernandez throws a left hook to the body. Hernandez trying not to take no for an answer. He's having a hell of a round to start. Even looking arm-weary and exhausted at times. Hard left hand to the body by Nakatani. And a right hook by Nakatani. Sweeps with a left hand to the body. But Hernandez keeps punching as all that is coming his way. Minute left in the round. Nakatani near the ropes. Right uppercut, left uppercuts by Hernandez. Nakatani forced to move off the ropes. Fences with his jab. Pinned on the ropes again. Hernandez following him from rope to rope. 50 seconds left. It's a Hernandez round. Good body work by Hernandez on the inside. Nakatani ties him up. Hernandez right back on Nakatani, pressing him. Hernandez working the body. Left hook up top. Left hooks to the body. Uppercuts to the body. Nakatani eats a left uppercut on the inside and a left hook. That right eye is almost completely shut of Nakatani from all the left hooks from Sebastian Hernandez. Hernandez working on the inside. Working. Left uppercut lifts Nakatani's head up. Nakatani with a great combination, punctuated by a left uppercut, but Hernandez answers fire, comes back with hard sweeping shots of his own on the inside. Left uppercuts, body work, what a war. And that's a Hernandez round. 6-5 either way. That right eye is fucked up for Nakatani. Fucked up. Let me get Samantha. Hold on. Sammy. Come on, babe. Samantha? Oh, shit. I guess my kids woke up and she had to go upstairs. All right, we're going to have to watch this without Samantha. But Hernandez had a hell of an 11th round. I don't know if Nakatani can really see out of that eye in the right, out of his right eye heading into it. Yeah, Nakatani definitely got outworked. I got it, 106 or 105. What the fuck? I got it 1 point, 6-5. How do you score that? I want to go 104. No. 105, 104 for Junto Nakatani, but I could see it 1 point for Hernandez too. It's a 1 point fight either way. This round could very well decide the fight. So we'll see what we get. 12th round. Nakatani starts with his jab. Hernandez trying to come inside, works to the body, punctuates with a short left hook on the inside. Nakatani trying to create a little bit of distance. Hernandez working his uppercuts as soon as he gets in close. Left uppercut on the inside by Nakatani, but Hernandez comes back with 4 punches to the body. Good combination by Nakatani, lifting the head up with a couple of uppercuts. A left uppercut, right hook by Nakatani, but he's driven to the ropes, and body work by Hernandez. Constant body work, more body work by Hernandez, digging to the pit of Nakatani's stomach. Coppinger has it 105, 104 Nakatani. I have the same score, could see it the other way around. Nakatani, good jab and the left uppercut off that jab. Hernandez following him to the ropes, working to the body, working up top, working to the body, the body. Nakatani fences him off, moves out to his left, straight left hand by Nakatani off the jab. Right uppercut by Nakatani off a 1-2, clean right uppercut. Left hand to the body by Nakatani. Busy work by Hernandez, but punch for punch, the cleaner, more effective shots there by Nakatani. Nakatani driven to the ropes. Hernandez working in the clinch. Nakatani measuring with his jab. Hernandez, good body work on the inside. Good little left uppercut on the inside. Hernandez has to out-volume him. Isn't going to beat him punch for punch. Halfway through the round, still anybody's round. Nakatani moves off the ropes. Nice 1-2-3 by Nakatani. Jab, straight left hand, right hook. Back comes Hernandez on the inside, but he's got to make up for it with more work. Hernandez, eats a left uppercut. Nakatani having just enough movement and separation to land some clean, effective power shot. Now Hernandez gets him on the ropes and works the body. Sweeping right hand up top for Hernandez. Hernandez lifting with little left uppercuts on the inside. Digging to the body. Nakatani forced to hold with a minute left in the fight. Still anybody's round. Maybe a slight edge to Nakatani on cleaner, effective work. Nakatani in retreat. Hernandez all over him. Hernandez has got to punctuate a little bit more. I don't know if his volumes quite offset the clean, effective work of Nakatani this round. Hernandez gets in close, works the body, but not super clean work there by Hernandez. There's some clean body work by Hernandez. He pins Nakatani on the ropes, and that's good work by Hernandez. He eats a left uppercut by Nakatani, who gives an angle off the movement. Hernandez working. Nakatani clinching. Hernandez working on the inside. Working. Not super effective work. Some of that getting caught on the elbows, but working nonstop. Back comes Nakatani with a left hand to the body, and they keep pausing these rounds 10 seconds too early. That'll do it. That was a close round. I have it a draw. Draw. I ain't mad at Hernandez getting a win. Or Nakatani may get the benefit of the doubt and pull it out. Damage is damage. Good point. Fair point, Lord Gonzo. I have it a draw. I wouldn't be mad at Hernandez win either, though. He dragged Nakatani to the pits of hell and made it his fight. And he withstood the power early, smothered the power, took away Nakatani's distance, totally closed his right eye. And, I actually think, he won that 12th round. I have it even. I gave Nakatani 1 through 5 in the 10th. And I gave Hernandez 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12. So I got it a draw. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I don't think I could quite give Nakatani that 12th round. He had some clean, effective spurts, but Hernandez just hit him to the body, hit him up top. That was a Hernandez round. Nakatani sitting in his corner with his right eye completely closed. See, that's why I would have favored Inoue, guys, if they fight. I think Inoue is better than Nakatani. Inoue has way better feet than Nakatani and much better defense and head movement than Nakatani. And he's faster than Nakatani, has better stamina than Nakatani. I think we saw why I would have favored Inoue. I don't know if we'll even get that fight now. But I ain't mad at it. That was a fight of the year candidate. A late entry, as late as you could get in 2025 for a fight of the year candidate with Nakatani and Hernandez. Great fight. Coppinger has it scored a draw. I have the same score as Mike Coppinger. So Yep. Hey, I said early in our live, man, that sometimes these build-up fights, they have a tendency for this to happen. It happens. It happens. It happens. So, yeah. Very interested to see what kind of scorecard we get here. Very interested. So, hell of a fight. A late fight of the year candidate. Yeah, Coppinger had it a draw. Secret Dancers, I do too. I do too. And I actually feel like if anyone eked it out, it was Hernandez. Let's see. If we were scoring it as one big story of the fight, edge to Hernandez. Right when Nakatani won the 10th and felt like, all right, he's going to have enough here in the last 2 rounds to stave it off, Hernandez just wouldn't let him breathe. Let's see. Nakatani might get the benefit of the doubt here. They got to make that Inoue fight. What do we got? What do we got here? The winner by unanimous decision. Junto Nakatani wins by unanimous decision. So the judges didn't give Hernandez credit for all his clean, or all his close work, but one judge had it 118 to 110. That's a disgusting scorecard. Yeah, that's a disgusting scorecard, but if Nakatani gets the benefit of the doubt in a split, that's one thing, but a 118-110 is disgusting. And hey, looks like we'll see Inoue Nakatani, but like I said, I favor Inoue. If Inoue gets past the 118-110 is a disgusting scorecard. I actually felt like if anyone slightly pulled it out, it was Hernandez, but some judges don't give you a lot of credit for that busy work because, again, a lot of the work by Hernandez was, tat, 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 and Nakatani's the guy who gets leverage on his shots. But anyway, even if that's what you prefer, 118-110 is egregious. That's a really bad call. Yeah, that's bad. But, I mean, if you had it 115-113 Nakatani, fair enough. But 118-110, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. But is anybody surprised? I'm not surprised. Yeah, Nakatani, who can't see out of his right fucking eye, won 10 rounds. Sure he did. Boxing gonna boxing. Yeah, boxing's gonna boxing. What do we think, chat? Let me start a poll. Who won that fight? Junto Hernandez. Disgusting fucking disgusting robbery, says Matt Borgeson. 118-110. That's bad, man. That's bad. That's bad. A draw. I had it a draw too, Matt. I had it a draw. I thought Junto Nakatani won 1 through 5 and won the 10th. And I thought Hernandez won 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12. So that's how I had it, But that's bad, man. That's bad. Should have added a draw option. You know what? That is a fair point. Can I add a draw option? Hold on. Can I do that? Start a poll. Add up. Ah! All right. Whoever that was that recommended that, you are smart. Junto Hernandez draw. I vote draw. I vote draw. I don't think they let me vote on my own poll, though. That's bullshit. That's almost as bullshit as 118-110. Inoue slaughters this guy, says 30. Hey, I had Inoue always beating Nakatani, but, now I do think that fight lost a little bit of luster, but we still got to see it. Inoue is like, oh, for sure, I'll take it now. After what Inoue just saw, he'll definitely take it. So, but we'll see, man. Hey, good fella. Thank you, brother. Said just chilling here with real boxing people like myself and Sean Zittel. Thank you, sir. We got the best chat in the game. We got the highest IQ, most rational chat in the game, I think. Luciano or Lucian Fox says, random question. Do we know if TKO will have their own judges as well, Sean? No, I highly doubt that. They'll have to go through the Nevada State Athletic Commission. I'm sure they'll have the same judges other promoters would have to use through the Nevada Commission. Sean, you need to call out that judge. Judge that had it 118, 110. You fucking suck. Consider it called out. What was his name? I gotta have the fight on mute so I don't get copyright. Can someone tell me the judge's name? Yeah, that was, like, if they had it 115, 113 across the board, they'd be like, all right, you got the benefit of the doubt. Fair enough. All right. We won't, all right. In a way, fight. Okay. That's one thing. But 118, 110 is just terrible. So far, yeah. So 80% of people had it either a draw or Hernandez winning. Only 20% of people in the chat had Junto Nakatani. What it is Nakatani fought someone who could take his power. Yeah, and Teddy Atlas was on the money. Teddy said this might be the upset. What's up, Titus? Much love, Titus. Happy holidays, brother. Tim Cheatham? Damn. Well, the name always says it all for him. Now, Nakatani had a beautiful start to the fight. But there's little signs of this in Nakatani in his previous fights, that he's a hot starter. And if he doesn't blow you away with the power in the first half of the fight, he comes back down to earth a little bit. I thought Nakatani showed great fighting spirit, but he wasn't able to box. There was a midpoint in the fight where he had enough energy to switch gears and stop trying to knock the guy out and but Nakatani doesn't have a good jab. He might be tall, but he's got that wide base that makes it a little bit hard against constant pressure to step around consistently. That wide base makes him a good power puncher, but it doesn't make his movement the best. He can move, but it's not that he has bad movement, but it makes it harder for him to turn against a guy who's cutting the gap a lot. And he doesn't have a good jab, really. He just has a flicking jab to set up his uppercut, to set up his straight left hand. He'll clean up with it. He's got a great selection of power shots. He's got a right hook. He's got uppercuts with both hands. And he's got a murderous left hand. But he's fighting men his own size now. He had a big size advantage at 115, 118. Now he's fighting boys his own size. So we had like over 1,700 punches thrown that fight. And Hernandez landed 247 shots to 226 power shots to Nakatani. Nakatani outlanded him 71-26, but his jab is pretty inconsequential. It's a rangefinder for power shots. And, you never like to see a tall fighter without a good jab. And Diego Pacheco doesn't make the most of his height in his jab, and neither does Junto Nakatani. And you see Inoue warming up in the dressing room has a better stance than Nakatani, more balance to his stance. Inoue has beautiful balance, and Inoue is so athletic that sometimes he could fight with a wide base and still turn you around the ring beautifully because he's just so athletic and has such quick feet. So, Inoue, let's see if he handles his business here against Picasso. So, yeah. Oh, it wasn't Tim Cheatham, Titus? Yeah, much love, Titus. Thanks to have you. You know what, Titus? I thought about you the other day because I finally have caved in and started to hide users from channels. I banned some people from the channel because it just started to weigh on me, all the shit-talking people do in the comments. Like, I'm all the way First Amendment, but at some point, if you have no civility to you and you're just talking mad shit and shitting on me, at some point, I gotta protect my psyche a little bit. I gotta be like, all right, fuck you, guy, you're banned. And, but, man, I like people to disagree, and you could even, and all that, but have some, have some intellect, have some standards to your disagreement. Don't just be an asshole. But I mean, I'll even put up with a degree of assholedom and calling me some names, but it gets to a certain point where it's like, nah, fuck off. You can take that bullshit somewhere else. What's up, Tay-Day? Good to see you. I'm tired as fuck, gang, but we're here. Good to see you, bro. Thanks for popping in. And yeah, Nakatani, man, got away with a close call. It was very close. Could have went either way. I scored it a draw. DAZN, Mike Coppinger scored it a draw. So I thought it was a draw, but, hey, we got to see the Nakatani Inoue fight, I suppose. So how do I feel about the decision of the Junto fight? Bad scorecard. The 118-110 is, one of the worst cards I've seen kind of ever. But I wouldn't be mad at 115-113 Nakatani, but I honestly thought it was a draw. And kind of a clear draw. 1-5 for Nakatani, and the 10th round for Nakatani. Nice beanie Butters. It's Cartman, man. It's Cartman. But everybody knows Cartman and Butters are buddies, actually, despite Cartman treating him like shit. Let's see how terrible my hair is now. Fresh out the shower with the beanie. Woo! Oh, yeah. How's that? Chat? Hey, I do, it's terrible. That's why I just didn't feel like letting the hair out tonight. I'm rocking the beanie. Sean Z, I've been a fan of yours for a year now. Real, recognize real. Appreciate it, brother. I kind of look like that douchebag Tim Pool wearing this beanie. But that's okay. Did I see Usyk giving Nakatani directions? No, I did not. Nakatani's not a great boxer. He's a good boxer puncher. At 15 and 18, a great puncher. And he does have some movement. He will get underneath shots. He will take some nice angles. But if you force him to outbox you and can take his power, we've seen he's not the best at that. And I think Inoue can do that. Inoue has the skill set and the foot speed to do that. So Trollin Sports Network said number 7 pound for pound, my ass. Get Nakatani out of there. Might be right. He's still really fucking good. But, yeah. His first outing at 122 was not pound for pound like. And not against a pound for pound type of opponent in Sebastian Hernandez. So, respect from Australia. Thank you, Real Recognize Real. Yeah, so let's see. Anonymous Gaming, he's steadfast and feeling like Hernandez won. He had it 116-112. Says score is razor sharp first half to Nakatani, middle to later rounds to Hernandez, draw or win to Hernandez. No. You said draw or win to Hernandez. Someone else kept having it 116-112. And then Royal Asylum said, shout out Sean for keeping me in the loop of the fights while I'm here at work. You got it, brother. Happy to do it. Freeze Temp said, great commentary. Thank you, bro. This is what I do. They need to make me a blow-by-blow guy. Am I right, chat? Or am I tripping? I think, you know what? I'm going to keep it real with you, chat. This might be haterific of me. I think I'm better than Corey Erdman. But unlike Corey Erdman, he's actually been on broadcasts for like 10 years and put in the work and taken small gigs and worked himself up and earned his position, whereas I'm in my basement on YouTube talking shit. But if I'm being honest, I think I'm better. You're supposed to think that, right? So, let's see. I have Romero at 11. Inoue is getting arrogant as fuck. Love him, though, says Daniel. Bam should actively chase that Nakatani fight. I genuinely don't think that would go well for him. You're right. I mean, Bam should kind of like what he saw here. The problem is the weight. Bam is not a 122-pounder. If they could meet at 118, Bam should jump on that. But I think Inoue's like, after what Inoue saw tonight, he's going to be like, that's my food. So, see, now you sound arrogant, Sean. I do, King High Priest. I do. What did I say? A lot of the great fighters are arrogant. And hey, So if I sound a little arrogant, maybe it's because I'm one of the great ones. There you go. Am I getting in a tiff, King High Priest, of you calling me arrogant? No, it is what it is. It is what it is. So let's see. That commentator on Netflix last week was terrible. I think you're talking about Mauro Ranallo. Yeah, but Mauro makes up for it by being exciting, by making the fight feel exciting, and being a great blow-by-blow guy. It isn't all about knowing X's and O's and calling the action perfectly. Half the battle is bringing excitement with you. You got to have that instrument, and Mauro Ranallo has a good instrument, you know. Oh, and right now, Junto Nakatani just got a bullshit scorecard. Like that, it's an attention-grabbing voice, whether you love it or not. And it has a big event feel, you know. That's just, and that's what made Jim Lampley the greatest that ever did it. Was he could be both sensational and hype, bring the hype, make it feel exciting and big, while also just being brilliant and eloquent and knowing extremely well what he's actually looking at and calling the action well. Although in the late years of HBO, bang, bang, bang with Pacquiao, Clottey, he had some moments that were kind of cringe, but Jim's the greatest that ever did it, certainly in my lifetime. Him and Don Dunphy back in the day. But, you know, guys like Steve Albert, who was very underrated on Showtime, Jim Lampley, they bring the best of both worlds. And I don't think my voice has quite the instrument they have. I talk a little monotone. I got that bass a little bit. I got a little bit of monotone to me. And those guys, like Joe Tessitore brings the hype. Those guys are able to bring the hype. And that's what I'd have to really work on a little bit, is finding that excitement in my voice. That instrument, and that's what Mauro has in spades. I don't think he has what Jim had on the other side of that, the substance and the blow and the knowledge and the eloquence. But what Mauro has going for him is the instrument, the voice that brings the hype. So yeah, the Colonel, Bob Sheridan, Lucchese was great. He had both. He brought the hype and the knowledge. Yeah, I enjoyed the Colonel. So, but that is where I would have a little bit of work to do, you know. Well, Tim Bradley's amazing, but we're talking blow by blow guys. Tim Bradley's incredible. I think Tim's amazing. If we're talking non blow by blow guys, Larry Merchant was amazing. Tim was amazing. Al Bernstein, super knowledgeable, and great with the X's and O's. But I think Larry Merchant was a little bit more challenging and dynamic. I saw Al going at Larry about the Bernard Hopkins post-fight on Twitter, and I'll take Larry over Al all day. And I know Larry was an asshole, and he was, look, I respect Larry for not giving a fuck and telling it like it is. And whether you like it or not, whether I liked it or not. And Larry came off kind of drunk and slow as he got old in the last 8 years or so of his commentary, but HBO and Larry in the 90s and the early 2000s and the 80s, second to none. He was incredible. And so as much as I respect Al, I'll take Larry all day. And who cares if Larry was, in Bernard's word, a little ignorant in the Murad Hakkar fight? Larry gave no fucks. That's why he was Larry. And he had the balls to challenge any fighter, you know. And some of it was you know, to make a point. Like he said, he was like, if I were 50 years younger, I'd kick your ass. Was that unprofessional and messy of Larry? Yes. But when he got out the ring, he's like, by the way, I don't really think I could kick his ass. But he was making a point. You know, I'm going to stand up to you. I'm not going to kiss your ass. And good for Larry, man, whether you like it or not. Someone said Roy and Max and Jim were all ego. Yeah, but, you know, the great ones have a big ego. And Roy was amazing with commentary. He was incredible. Everybody on that came through HBO was special. Not Lennox so much. Fran Charles was kind of But Jim, Emmanuel, Larry, Barry Tompkins was great. Someone mentioned Howard Cosell. You know, what's incredible about Cosell when I watched the Foreman-Lyle fight was, you know, Cosell was known for kind of that classy monotone. And here is Ali, working the jab, throwing the right hand, circling around. He is a great boxer. And then, like, Foreman, Lyle, he's like, and down goes Foreman! And now Lyle strikes! Like, I can't even do it. He got those octanes up to where his voice was almost cracking, and he was breaking the microphone with the static. And, Cassell could dial it up. He would, here is Salvador Sanchez. What a great fighter, and all that. And then, but he could dial it up, man. Cassell was incredible. Yeah, Cassell, Don Dunphy, Jim, when it comes to blow-by-blow. And I'll always maintain, man, Steve Albert was kind of underrated. I think he was very, very, very good and underrated. Andre Ward, incredible commentator, especially on the knowledgeable side. What I loved about Dre and Tim on ESPN was school was in session. They broke down what you were watching beautifully. Andre's doing a great job with Roy Jones. All those guys I mentioned are, great commentators in their own right. So George Foreman was great. Absolutely. George Foreman, sometimes I'd watch like a Hopkins Trinidad and, see how Foreman was kind of biased to Trinidad, or Lewis Holyfield, and see how, Foreman every now and then would pick his favorite, but Foreman could also deliver a level of knowledge that was not surpassed at times. He sometimes had an amazing sense for things, and sometimes he'd be wrong. But like Holyfield Bo, I was watching it the other day, and in the legendary 10th round of their first fight, Holyfield gets badly hurt by an uppercut. He's on Queer Street, and Jim Lampley's like, let's see if Holyfield's gonna stay up. And Foreman immediately interjects, he's gonna stay up, like with the most certainty, when it looks like Holyfield's definitely gonna go down, and he goes down the next round in the 11th, but he stays up in the 10th, and Foreman, when Holyfield's nowhere near out of the woods, immediately goes, he's gonna stay up. And then the very next round in the 11th, Foreman goes, Evander Holyfield's in danger of going down this round, and he goes down. So yeah, Foreman had an incredible keen sense for things, could see things others couldn't see. But let me see. Thank you for the super chat. Matt Borges says, do you think Inoue is going to show why he's the guy? I do. I think Inoue has learned to be a little bit more disciplined after getting dropped against Neri and Cardenas. And I think the body work is what's going to stop Picasso. But Nakatani had a close call. You can't sleep on these undefeated Mexican fighters. And Picasso has height to him. And I think Picasso's going to show up sharper than he did for Kameda. But if Inoue is on point and is himself, he might be the best fighter in the world. So I expect Inoue to stop Picasso to the body, that tall, slender target area, for a great body puncher in Inoue. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man. And then Titus saying Mayweather talking about he never gets a fair shake from Merchant. It wasn't all bad between Merchant and Mayweather. That's what people forget, the nuance in things. They really do. Like, and I'm not saying you do, Titus. I know you're talking about their last chapter, but people forget Merchant praised Mayweather heavily in a number of fights. And they had after Mayweather dominated Gotti, and they had a sit-down interview on HBO before the Sharmba Mitchell fight, they had a very respectful exchange where Floyd showed a lot of respect to Larry. Larry showed a lot of respect to Floyd. Larry gave Floyd his flowers in the Zab Judah fight when he came back from an early deficit, picked up his gloves in the high guard and stepped to Zab Judah. Gave him a lot of credit for that. Gave him a lot of credit for a number of performances at 130 and 135. And gave him credit for the De La Hoya fight as well, although he critiqued it too. He's like, hey, De La Hoya's a little bit older. You're supposed to be the pound-for-pound best. Let's see you have a little bit more separation between you and Oscar. But he ultimately gave Mayweather a lot of credit for that fight. And it wasn't always that bad, man. He called Floyd a virtuoso. And but I think and a lot of people try to say, "Oh, Larry's racist. Larry's racist," and I don't think it was that, man, at all. I think because Larry loved a bunch of black fighters in the '90s, and nobody would talk up a fight like go watch Meldrick Taylor versus Terry Norris, and what a purist Larry was, talking about what an exquisite, excellent. He says it doesn't get any better than this. The skill and the speed we're going to see tonight between these two fighters, Terry Norris and Meldrick Taylor. And he early in the fight was just commenting how great it was. So many times Larry loved to see two great black fighters mix it up and gave them all the credit in the world. Remember when Shane Mosley knocked out Ricardo Mayorga? It was Shane Mosley, I love you. But I don't think Larry liked the hip hop culture. And I don't think it's fair to Larry to say that then means he doesn't like black people. I think he wasn't a fan of where modern culture was heading, and that's his right as an old ass man from New York, and that's your right to disagree with him on that, but compartmentalize a little bit. Just because I don't think he liked the attitude fighters were beginning to manifest as time went on in the 2000s and 2010s doesn't mean he had a problem with black fighters. I just think he wasn't a fan of like hip hop culture and where that went. That's his prerogative. People are allowed to feel that way. And I think we should compartmentalize the difference. But I understand that, that's splitting hairs. And some people looked at him as being this old racist Jewish white man. But I don't think so, man. I think Larry just told it like it was, and that rubbed people the wrong way as he saw it. Told it the way it was as he saw it, and that rubbed people the wrong way. But we're getting off track here, just waiting for Inoue versus David Picasso to get started here. So, Snazzy Soup by Michael Buffer here. What do I think of Joe Goossen? He's all right. If I'm being honest, he's okay. So we'll see. Picasso's a lot bigger. He can punch. Yo, Sean, did you watch Inoue versus MJ? So sad not many pro breakdowns of that fight and no media outlet even mentions it. Well, I mean, Inoue did what he was supposed to do in that fight. Akhmadaliev is an excellent counterpuncher. And if you stay in range and get reckless, you could get countered. And Inoue was humble enough and self-aware enough and realistic with himself enough to say, I've been getting caught lately. And what was frustrating about that for him, if he was watching the tape, was you got so much skill, such an arsenal, such a bag, such hand and foot speed that you don't need to do that. You don't need to rush things. You have enough talent and athleticism and speed and skills to box a little bit more, to give these guys less opportunities to catch you in an exchange, and still more times than not get the knockout. But be the boxer puncher. Don't get reckless in there. And so I liked what I saw from the Akhmadaliev fight from an approach standpoint. So yeah, super chat, voice coach, get to events, overcome fears, be nice, says Daniel. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is constructive criticism. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. I've gone to a lot of events. I still get to events, but we're headed to a weird spot here where it's going to be a lot of TKO Saudi events. And, I'm on the fence of whether I want to attend that. Like Teofimo Shakur, I'm not sure I really want to attend it. I think I might stay home and just commentate that fight and commentate the Xander Zayas fight as well. But I don't know. Let me know in the chat if I should go to Teofimo Shakur, if you guys think I should stay home. But David Picasso is in the ring now. Let's focus on the fight now. I appreciate everybody, and let's get to it. So here we go. Here comes perhaps the pound-for-pound king, Naoya Inoue, coming to the ring now. And here comes Naoya Inoue, always with a great game face. Good sweat built up. Always George Foreman, we were talking about early, always said you got to have a good sweat built up. Inoue coming to the ring with the utmost confidence, as he always does, and the utmost intensity, as he always does. Let's see how he handles fighting in a different location. He's fought in the United States a few times. He's fought in Japan a number of times, most of his career. Usually has an electric crowd Fought in America early in his career with a couple of meh crowds, but had a great crowd at T-Mobile earlier this year in May. That was my fight of the year thus far, what he did to Ramon Cardenas, who that win immediately aged well. Cardenas had a great knockout over Ayala on Pro Box with a right hand, but here comes Inoue here. Always a great intensity, great strength in his calves, great balance. They say the secret to a great fighter is great balance. He has great balance. Really, if you take away the fact that sometimes he's a little reckless, sometimes he's a little erect and has his chin up a little bit. If you take those little things away, he's actually close to being a perfect fighter. Incredible speed, incredible power, incredible foot speed, great reflexes, defense when he wants to, can counterpunch, can lead, amazing body puncher, really can do it all. Just a special fighter is the monster Inoue, and that's why he could be the best pound-for-pound fighter. But sometimes he's a little irresponsible. Sometimes his chin is a little exposed, and that's something Rodriguez, Bivol, and Usyk, the other three in the Fab Four right now, have over him a little bit. They tuck their chins a little bit better, and they're a little bit more responsible than he is. But as an overall ball of talent, I think nobody's more special than Inoue. I think the speed, the power, and everything he brings to the table, the deep arsenal, that he is the most special package in the sport right now, pound for pound. So, but we'll see. We'll see what we get. Getting some stay-at-homes. Secret Dance Move says, Inoue is 32, though. He's maybe past his peak now, especially for a smaller guy. Well, they used to say back in the day, the older you are, the higher the weight, the longer the prime. But, you know, in modern-day sports, everybody's prime is elongated now. So some of those rules don't quite hold as true as they did in decades past. So at 32, it's a different era now. So, still trolling, says, I hope Inoue loses this for the rigged work they got going on. We'll see. Hey, what's up, Bebop Jones? Go Niners, yep. Hey, they win those last two games. They're the #1 seed. I like it. Somehow, some way, without Ayuk, Warner, and Boza. Sean, what can you tell us about Picasso? Have you watched much tape? I watched some tape. He's tall, good combination puncher, got some pop. But not a lot of good defense from him. And one fight of his I covered ringside in July. He went life or death with Kameda, who's well into his 30s and isn't on the level of Inoue. I came away from that fight thinking Picasso has nothing for Inoue, and I think Inoue stops him with a body shot in this fight. But I think when I saw him arrive in Saudi, saw his workout, you know, I think the kid looks sharp at his workout, and we'll see what we get. But, you know, again, my pick in this one is I think Inoue stops him to the body. So Daniel said, go. TKO needs you, bro. Focus on the boxing. Thank you for the super chat, Daniel. Yeah. No, I appreciate the sentiment, man. And you're probably right, but I don't know. Appreciate it. So that is the funny part, right? That despite the beef with me and TKO, I probably do a great job on their shows. But that's another discussion for another day. Here's Inoue now. One of the great bantamweights, super flyweights that's ever lived in the sport. One of the greatest fighters to come through these weight classes. Really a special fighter, excuse me. So here he is, his father right behind him. Didn't know his dad was a painter, painted houses. Wonder if that was slang for remember The Irishman was based off a book called I Heard You Paint Houses, but no, I think Inoue was being literal, that his dad painted houses. And he said he would have been a house painter if he wasn't a fighter. And he used to help his father, tag along with him coming up. His father might be the trainer of the year. Took his other son, Takuma Inoue, to a WBC title this year as well. And Inoue, you know, deserves a strong honorable mention for Fighter of the Year if he wins this fight. It'll be no star fights 4 times a year anymore. And in a way, this is his 4th fight of the year. He did say coming into this that his body was very sore in training, but that it was also sore in a good way and that he liked it. But let's see. So here we go, man. We almost had an upset in fight number 1. Let's see if David Picasso could pull off the upset of the year. I think the upset of the year this year was Rolly over Ryan Garcia. But let's see if Picasso could pull off the upset of the year here. Here we go. Round 1. And let's see how Inoue goes about his business. Bending his knees is Picasso, giving up kind of some of his height there, bending his knees in a high guard. Inoue starting slow, not doing much here. Steps over to his left, steps over to his right. Picasso trying to close the distance. And Inoue, with his hands down, back near the ropes, bounces around a little bit. Kind of a, I mean, let's let him throw a punch first, but kind of a flat start from Inoue body language-wise there. Inoue touches with a lead left hook. Picasso keeping his gloves high. But Picasso looks like he could be a sucker for a body shot or something through the center of that high guard. Nice jab lands for Inoue. Picasso gets him to the ropes, tries to flurry a few shots to the body. Inoue resets in the center of the ring here. Inoue standing right in front of Picasso. Standing right in front of him. Taking a look at what he's got. Inoue, nice jab by Inoue. Inoue's landed both jabs he's let go of in the first minute of this fight. Inoue crouches low. Beautiful jab to the body by Inoue. Picasso drives him to the body. Good little shoulder roll look there by Inoue, making him hit nothing but chest off his jab. Inoue got such confidence in the ring. Back, he's in the corner now. Picasso lead right hand. Inoue sweeps a right hand. Picasso trying to stay disciplined here. Minute and a half. Nice jab to the body by Picasso, but Inoue bats it down a little bit with the glove. I'd like to see Inoue double up the jab to the body and the head because it feels the few jabs he's let out, he's been very accurate. There was a beautiful stab jab to the body 30 or 40 seconds ago when he got low. Inoue sweeps a right hand, falls short with it, doubles up his jab against the high guard. Beautiful jab to the body by Inoue. Inoue throws 2 jabs up top, doubles it up, takes a little something off of it. Inoue stands right in front of him, shoots that jab again, right hand over the top. Picasso keeping his hands high. Now Picasso touches with his own jab. Inoue moves out to his left, resets in the center of the ring. Picasso getting Inoue near the ropes. Inoue measures with a jab, touches with a right hand over the top of the high guard a little bit, gets a partial land there. 30 seconds left in the round. Inoue misses with a left hook to the body. Goes back to his jab. Picasso gets him to the ropes. Throws the right hand to the body. Picasso, Inoue, so athletic, can cover so much ground with a few steps with his feet. But a slow first round by both fighters. Inoue trying to download the data. Double jab by Picasso. Right hand. Inoue uses his shoulder to get away from it. Combination by Inoue. Cleans up with a left hook up top after sweeping a right hand to the body. Inoue near the ropes. Jab lands for Picasso. Something about Inoue just a little bit flat in round 1 by his standards. There wasn't a lot done that round. I'll give it to Inoue. He had the better, defense. He controlled Picasso a little bit. Picasso, unimpressive himself. You don't love his stance. He's got the high guard, but his body looks wide open and a little bit heavy over his front foot and bending down maybe a little bit too much for the tall fighter. But Picasso unimpressive. But Inoue kind of flat in round 1. Didn't do a whole lot. Had a beautiful stab jabs to the body, two or three of those. But outside of that, kind of a lot of posturing by Inoue and just staring down Picasso, trying to get a sense for him. But a little bit flat in Riyadh to start the fight for the monster. But definitely 1-0 Inoue. Secret Dance Move says Picasso is horrible. Yeah, very slow first round. Nothing really happened. Inoue landed his jab a few times to win the round. Round 2, Inoue now a little bit more intent, it would seem. Steps to Picasso. Stands in front of him now. Picks his gloves up. Shoots the jab. Picasso catches that on the high guard. Inoue, nice double jab by Inoue, and a combination by Inoue. Beautiful combination by Inoue off a double jab to the head and the body. Beautiful right uppercut off a jab to the body by Inoue, and a 4-punch combination with blistering speed by Inoue. Nice jab by Inoue, jabs with Picasso, sweeps the right hand, left hooks to the 2 left hooks to the body by Inoue. And Inoue looks like he can eat whatever he wants off his jab, whenever he wants. Picasso shoots a left hook to the body. Inoue says it was low. Nice left uppercut by Picasso and a left hook to the body as Inoue shells up and closes the gap in the center of the ring. A little bit of work there by Picasso. Inoue takes a step out of range. Covers up. Sweeping right hand of the body by Picasso. Inoue might just be letting him get comfortable. Now he sweeps right hands around the high guard of Picasso. Touches with a left hook in close. Picasso jabs to the body. Good left hook to the body by Picasso, but he eats a right hand counter. And that's all Inoue's doing, is letting him feel comfortable on the inside. Beautiful left hook, sweeping right hand to the body by Inoue on the inside. Inoue's feet and reflexes still superb. Inoue fighting a little bit upright. Chin a little bit up. Good right hand by Picasso with Inoue leaving that right hand up. Double, triple left hook by Inoue. Picasso covering up, but he is outgunned in talent. Picasso grazes with a left hook and a right hand. Again, Inoue leaves that chin up a little bit. Fights a little arrogant, but beautiful left hook to the body by Inoue off a sweeping right hand. The firepower is superlative. Inoue sweeping a right hand up top. Picasso, nice left uppercut off a left hook as Inoue shelled up in the high guard. Inoue shows the shoulder roll. Another left hook to the body by Picasso. Inoue sweeps a couple of hard body shots. Tries to finish up with a left hook to the body. Again, the speed is magnificent by Inoue. Picasso catching some of that work on the gloves, but he gets overwhelmed by the speed when Inoue opens up. But Picasso's gotten some work done this round too. 40 seconds left. 1-2 by Inoue in the center of the ring. Picasso trying to catch everything on the gloves. Inoue shells up, shoots a hard power jab, shoots a 1-2-3-4-5 punch combination, a 1-2 and a left uppercut, and then a right hand left hook to clean up that combination. Hard right hand by Picasso off a jab. Inoue comes back with a 1-2 himself in the center of the ring. Hard left hook by Picasso. Again, Inoue leaves that chin up a little bit, and Picasso is blocking some of these combinations by Inoue. Lands a left hook to the body. Nice 1-2-1 by Picasso. Picasso landing some shots, but back comes Inoue with a double left hook and a jackhammer right hand. And this is Inoue stuff. Inoue showing the flashes of amazing speed and can overwhelm you with combinations and his punch output and arsenal, but also at times being a little arrogant and leaving his chin up. And Picasso able to touch him with some shots that round. Picasso got some work done too. But Inoue, 20-18. Naoya Inoue. And Tede says, I love Inoue's little jump escape after a combo. Yeah, his athleticism is crazy. And he has no respect for Picasso. There's a double jab, and then a sweeping right hand, and then like a half left uppercut, half left hook, and then a sweeping right hand and a left hook to the body. 5-6 punch combinations for Inoue. And Inoue, I think, could make this fight a little easier using the jab a little bit more and doubling it up to the body and the head. But there was a few times he just overwhelmed Picasso in his high guard with combinations. But again, kind of having no respect for Inoue, for Picasso. He took some shots that round too, but he looks not at all concerned with what Picasso is bringing his way. So here we are in the third now. Double jab for Inoue. Sets up a right hand over the top. Picasso just covering up in a high guard. Doesn't have a lot of defensive sophistication and bending his knees a little bit too much, I think. Right uppercut, left hook for Picasso. Picasso complains it's to the back of the head, but Inoue knows how to sweep the shot around the high guard. Yeah, Inoue with no real respect for Picasso in there. Inoue bends his knees down a little bit now. Shoots a power jab. Steps over to his right, sweeps a right hand off his jab, backs out of range, resets. Picasso jabbing to the body. Inoue, double, triple jab, takes something off of it to preoccupy. Oh, nice jab, right uppercut, and then a left hook to the body by Inoue. Beautiful combinations and target practicing by Inoue. Inoue could just find that body whenever he wants off his jab, off his combinations. They trade jabs. Inoue's jab lands better. Inoue shoulder rolls a little bit on the ropes and then throws a right uppercut and a right hand off the right uppercut with his back on the ropes. Beautiful work by Inoue. Picasso trying to keep Inoue on the ropes where he doesn't have as much exit routes, but Inoue jabs to the body and brings a 3-punch combination up top behind it, using the uppercuts and the hooks, sweeping with both hands there. Inoue on the ropes, shells up, 2 left hooks to the body by Picasso. Inoue parries a jab and shuffles off to the left, back in the center of the ring. Inoue jabs, sweeps a right hand, sweeps a left hook. Picasso lands a right hand off a jab, and Inoue turns it a little bit and lands a left uppercut off a 1-2 beautifully. Hard right hand to the body by Picasso in the center of the ring. Hard left hook to the body by Picasso in the center of the ring. But Inoue has no respect for his power. Straight right hand and a left hook to the body by Picasso. Back comes Inoue, sweeping some shots up top. Finishes with a left hook to the body. Back comes Picasso with a borderline shot. Referee tells him to keep it up off that left hook. Inoue, jab to the body, right uppercut. Some of these shots being caught by Picasso. Sharp right hand over the top of the high guard. Lands for Inoue. Double left hook by Picasso. That second one finds a home against Inoue's high guard. Inoue sweeping a right hand up top. Double jab and pushes Picasso back with a right hand off that double jab. Pushes him to the ropes. Inoue lands a power jab. Shoots a straight right hand, left uppercut. But Picasso is catching some of this on the gloves. Nice, sweet jab to the body by Inoue. Stab in the gut. Double left hook by Picasso. Inoue catches the body shot. Picasso misses the left hook. Inoue touches him with a couple of right hands. Referee warns him not to punch to the back of the head. 3-0 Inoue, 30-27. Yeah, and Picasso just not dynamic enough for Inoue. But got some good body work done that round. And exactly, I agree with Secret Dance Move in the chat. He says, Picasso doing some nice work, but I don't think Inoue is even caring or feeling the power. Yeah. Colonel Boxing says Picasso round. Well, I mean, Picasso got some clean, effective work done to the body, and some of Inoue's flashy combinations are catching the gloves. But enough of it is catching Picasso around the high guard that I still gave it to Inoue. So I got 30-27. So Inoue, little bit of red around, not much, just a little bit of color around his left eye. Still trolling Sports Network says, I'll say it again, Inoue is overrated. I'm not impressed. I think he's impressive, but I do think he's fighting a little nonchalant in this fight. Now Inoue comes out, shows a couple different looks, drops his lead hand down low. Touches with a jab, sweeps the right hand. Nice jab to the body by Inoue. Picasso trying to stay defensively responsible and basic and catch these shots on the elbows and on the high guard. It's hard. He's so outgunned in speed that it's going to be hard for him to punch with Inoue and time him. But he has to try to time him up top at some point and punch with Inoue. Nice jab to the body, sets up a right uppercut for Inoue. Nice jab by Inoue. Picasso forced to keep his hands at home against the speed of Inoue here. Inoue keeping it in the center of the ring. Drops that lead hand, jabs to the body again. Jabs up top. Picasso falling short with his jab to the chest against Inoue. Inoue, 1-2. Picasso keeping his hands up, but Inoue dictating and getting off first with his tremendous speed right now. Now Inoue sweeps a left hook to the body off a sweeping right hand up top. And I think the jab and the body shots are what can do it for Inoue and at some point really hurt Picasso. 1-2 for Inoue, and he busts through the high guard with his power and finishes with a left hook there. Inoue is able to bust through the high guard sometimes when he wants to. Inoue pulling away. Comes back with a jab, right hand over the top. Now Picasso lands 2 jabs, but Inoue pulls some of that steam off of it. Inoue gets 2 shots blocked, but punctuates that sequence with a jab and knocks Picasso's head up. Minute 15 left in the round. Beautiful right uppercut to the body by Inoue as he takes a step inside. Gets right underneath that left elbow of Picasso. Beautiful left uppercut on the inside by Inoue as he steps inside for a minute and splits the high guard. Picasso finally gets in a left hook to the body there. Minute left in the round. Inoue in the center of the ring, uses his hands to fence off, so rolls the right hand, takes the steam off of it. Now he stays inside, sweeps 3 or 4 body shots in. Picasso comes back with a left uppercut. Picasso touches him with a jab. Inoue with a nice left hook off a jab and a right hand and punctuates with a left hook. His speed is just tremendous. The speed, the power, the combinations, the punch placement by Inoue, very impressive, even as he's kind of toying with Picasso. Picasso off the mark with 2 left hooks as Inoue, again, runs his hands on the inside. Now Picasso gets him on the ropes. Little bit of a right uppercut, little bit of a left hook, but Inoue sees these shots coming. Now a little left hook lands for Picasso, and Inoue exchanges with Picasso and hurts him with a right hand with his back against the ropes. And Inoue, so confident, will let Picasso tee off a little bit on the inside just to give him something to punch off of. And you saw the legs go weak of Picasso there as Inoue laid against the ropes in his high guard, let Picasso try to reach for the body, and Inoue with explosive speed punched in between and hurt him with a right hand with his back against the ropes. Beautiful stuff there by Inoue. Tede says Inoue is out there sparring. Yeah, he is. He's playing with this guy. This isn't even Inoue at full throttle. He's playing with him, to be honest. There's that short left hook landing for Picasso, but Inoue not worried about it. And then punches with him and lands a hard right hand against the ropes that really hurt Picasso, made his body go very loosey-goose there. Buckled his legs badly that time. I think Inoue just feels it's a matter of time before he knocks Picasso out with the right selection of shots to the head or to the body. So Inoue starting here, center of the ring. It feels like he could eat whatever he wants off his jab, or he could just let Picasso get comfortable and hurt him when Picasso stays in range. So beautiful left hook to the body by Inoue off a combination. Inoue loving his jab to the body, right uppercut up top, and then punctuating with a left hook. 1-2, bust through the high guard of Alan Picasso, who's just outgunned right now in talent, speed, power, defense, athleticism. Inoue just a much better fighter across the board. But Inoue's arrogance at times keeps it a little interesting, but I don't think Picasso's got anything for him. Another left hook to the body hurts Picasso. Inoue double jab, right hand. Beautiful step out of range by Inoue. Just the way he could cover ground with his steps in and out of range is special. Inoue postures for a second, gets low, shoots his jab 2-3 times, stays in the center of the ring, lead hand low, parries Picasso's jab, comes back with a jab to the stomach. Picasso didn't like it. Oh, Picasso, sneaky left hook, but Inoue with such reflexes, cuts out of the way. Sweep it right hand to the body. 1-2, 1-2 up top for Inoue. Great accuracy and punch placement by the monster. Double jab by Inoue lifts Picasso's head. Halfway through the round now. Another power jab by Inoue. Inoue landing with his jab at will whenever he pops it out there. Inoue 1-2, and then a left uppercut, 2 left uppercuts. Beautiful 1-2 right down the pipe, followed by 2 left uppercuts on Picasso. Double jab, right hand, and a left hook punctuation mark by Inoue to close that 4-punch combination. Inoue punctuates with left hooks to the body beautifully off his combinations. Minute left in the 5th. Inoue fencing off with his jab. Back touches the ropes. Oh, pull right hand counter over the top of Picasso's jab. Sweeping right hand. Picasso's hurt. Picasso is feeling these power shots and getting broken down physically. Inoue's back on the ropes. Oh, he lands a left hook in between Picasso's punches. Great timing by Inoue. Not just the speed, but the timing of Inoue too. Oh, what a right hand counter by Inoue. He saw the right uppercut coming, and then he comes back with a left hook to the body, left uppercut. But that right hand, the timing on that counter was impeccable by Inoue. Back on his jab now, drops his lead hand, bends down into crouch. Oh, beautiful right slip counter, getting his head off the line and coming with a right hand over the top of a jab and a left hook to the body. Just beautiful stuff by Inoue in the 5th. He turned it up this round. Inoue turned it up this round. Beautiful stuff by Inoue in the 5th round. Man, that boy is nasty, man. That was nasty. He got his head off the line. Boom, right hand over the top of a jab. The way he was punctuating with left hooks. The 1-2 and then coming with 2 left uppercuts off of it. The reflexes, the positioning. Oh, man, the speed, the power, the placement, the timing. Like I said, he's basically a perfect fighter except for being a little overconfident sometimes and leaving his chin up. But outside of that, he's a perfect fighter outside of those a few little flaws. And he's got great stamina, man. This guy maintains his power and his coordination the whole fight. Yeah, Picasso threw a right uppercut. Inoue with boom, bah, came back with the right hand. Beautiful counter. Still trolling, says I'm glazing. Nah, this is beautiful stuff, man. It's beautiful stuff. I said it was a little flat early, but that 5th round is when he started to show his A game. So now let's see if Inoue could get this guy out of here in the next couple rounds. You know, almost at will. He's already began to broke Picasso down. We're in the 6th round. Picasso is fighting off the back foot now, and that's a sign that he is being broken down by Inoue. And a 1-2-1 sets up a couple of body shots by Inoue. Double jab, combination, Picasso against the ropes. And Inoue landing a combination, takes a step out to reset. Smart by Inoue. Inoue feints with both arms out. And Picasso doesn't punch at the target. Inoue takes a step back with his reflexes and checks him with a left hook. Makes him fall short with his jab. Makes him fall short with a left hook. Inoue is locked in now. Jab to the body and to the head by Inoue. Inoue keeps his right glove up. Shoulder rolls. Steps out to his left. Resets. Comes back with a lead left hook. And fences with that jab. High guard. Drops the lead hand. Double jab. Sweeps the right hand. Right hand to the body by Inoue. Pivots out to his left with that shoulder roll look. Shoulder roll look some more by Inoue. Making Picasso punch at a ghost. Now Inoue against the ropes, gets underneath the left hook, drops the lead hand, makes him fall short with a lead right hand by Picasso, doubles up his left hook, and circles out to his left back to the center of the ring. Now he picks up in the high guard. They trade jabs. Picasso actually lands a jab. Another jab by Picasso, but back comes Inoue with a 4-punch combination. Oh, lead left hook lands for Picasso and another left hook. And a right hand by Picasso and a left hook to the body, but Inoue rolls the shot ever so subtly and is not worried about the power. 2 hard body shots by Inoue. Right hand, left hook to the body by Inoue in the center of the ring. Another left hook to the body by Inoue. Minute left in the 6th. Inoue tries a pull right hand over the top of the jab. Picasso keeps his hands up to block it. Double, triple jab by Inoue followed by a right hand. Busts through the glove of Picasso. Jab by Inoue sets up a right uppercut and a nasty left hook to the body with great torque and speed by Inoue. Inoue, hard 1-2, backs Picasso up. Touches with the jab. Sets up a right hand, left uppercut by Inoue with Picasso against the ropes. Picasso, hard left hook to the body in the center of the ring. Inoue sweeps a right hand and a left hook to the body, punches off of Picasso's rhythm. Left hook to the body again by Inoue. That left hook to the body is money against that. Oh, pull right hand over the top of the jab by Inoue. Inoue, just a beast. Inoue covers up in the high guard. Picasso landing a few shots on the high guard, but back comes Inoue with his power jab. Inoue, low left hook to the body with Picasso against the ropes. Picasso's hurt by that left hook to the body. Double jab, sets up a little right hand by Inoue. Picasso will make it out of the 6th, but it feels inevitable that he will not see 12 rounds. 6-0 Inoue. Those body shots, those left hooks to the body are beautiful by Inoue. And yeah, I definitely think Inoue beats Nakatani. So, Inoue, the real challenge, he's going to beat Nakatani. The challenges are going to be at 26. That's where someone would have a real chance at beating him, but Nakatani's not beating him. Inoue just has to be a little cautious in the first 6 rounds and, you know, pick his spots, and then eventually he'll be too much for Nakatani too. Too versatile, too much skills, too much. So he's going to beat Nakatani next year, but I think 26 is where the challenges are going to lie for Inoue. So, All right, here comes Inoue. Back in the center of the ring, and it feels inevitable he's going to stop Picasso at some point. It could be to the body or the head. Picasso has nothing for it in a way. Picasso, the last 2 rounds, has been forced on his back foot. Inoue jabbing to the body. Little left hook for Picasso, but Inoue eats it, no problem. Gets right back to work. Jab to the body, jab to the head. That up jab from Inoue. Double up jab from Inoue. All the way down near his kneecap, his lead hand. And his right hand at his stomach. He leaves both hands out at his side. Great reflexes. Oh, great reflexes and a right hand counter. Just off the head movement with both hands down by Inoue. He's a monster. The reflexes are crazy. Picasso getting backed up by Inoue. Inoue landing a power jab. Jab to the body. Inoue. Picasso got a nice left hook, but it can't do anything. Inoue, lead hand all the way down. Now he picks him up. Now again, he crouches down with his chin over his front foot and invites Picasso to have some courage, but Picasso understands at this point it's all just traps. Jab to the body, jab to the head. Inoue tenderizing him. Setting him up for the kill. Jab to the body. Picasso's against the ropes. Go to the body, Inoue. Go to the body off the jab. Picasso maybe trying to set a desperation trap against the ropes. Inoue just takes what's there off the jab. So Inoue a little more patient now as he gets older. Inoue, double jab up top from the hip. The up jab this last round or two. Inoue backs out of range and covers so much ground and then can reset right back in the center of the ring. 1-2 misses for Inoue. Head movement by Inoue with both hands down. Slips to the left and to the right. 50 seconds left in the round. Good left hook to the body by David Picasso, but Inoue checks him with a left hook up top when they exchange that time. Inoue playing with his food a little bit. Picasso, triple jab to the body, all falls short because Inoue can just step out of range so quickly. Now a triple jab by Inoue as he steps over to his left back in the center of the ring. Lead right hand misses for Inoue. Picasso staying right in front of Inoue. Inoue just using the jab a lot this round. Not throwing as many combinations as he has the last few rounds. And I think he wants Picasso to stay in front of him a little bit more. Picasso staying in front, throwing some right. Oh, what a nasty right hand by Inoue. Coming back and just turning it over like a hook. And then a quick combination at the bell by Inoue. The way Inoue turns his punches over is crazy. So Inoue is just, he's a crazy talent, man. He is just a crazy talent. The way he turns his power shots over, the up jab to the body, to the head, the reflexes, the step back game, and then he's so quick with his feet. He steps back and then reasserts his position in the center of the ring right away, makes you fall short, makes you, yeah, he's a crazy fighter, man. Crazy talent. And he played with Picasso that round. I think he knew that Picasso was beginning to retreat a lot. And he said, let this guy get a little bit confident again. So in the next round, you got to give him little glimpses of hope so he stays in front of you and gives you something to punch off of, opens up a little bit. And that's all I think Inoue's doing. And I also think Inoue is continuing this evolution to his temperament of being patient sometimes. Because he knows at featherweight he'll have to do that, you know. And against Nakatani early, he'll have to do that. So round 8, Inoue staying in front of Picasso. Picasso bending down so low. His back knee is bent way too much. But it is what it is. Even as a tall fighter, you got to have a little bend to you, but it's a little bit much. Right uppercut to the body up by Inoue off a couple of jabs. Inoue, 2 power jabs, knocks Picasso back, makes him have to reset his feet. Another 2 power jabs by Inoue. You know, Inoue rarely has a rangefinder jab. He'll take something off of it sometimes, but rarely does he throw a rangefinder. He throws his jab with a purpose to land. Nice power jab, 2 power jabs by Inoue up top, busting through that high guard. Inoue feints. He's on the front foot, feints again, crouches down low, shoots the power jab, straight right hand right down the center, throwing it like a brick, turning it over beautifully. And Inoue is such a puncher at these weights that sometimes you get the glove up and he just punches through it. He forces that glove back into your face. Halfway through the round, Picasso not letting his hands go a lot, and Inoue just being patient off his jab. War jabs by Inoue, straight right hand by Inoue. Oh, excuse me. Jab by Picasso, but Picasso forced to keep his hands at home. Another jab by Inoue, steps out to his left in the center of the ring, shoots his jab again, 2 jabs by Inoue. Inoue picks up the gloves, high guard, makes Picasso fall short with 2 jabs to the body, and Inoue so quick with his reflexes, quickly bats it down, and in the blink of an eye, has his hands back in high guard. And Inoue will show a lot of different stances. He'll switch stances second to second. That was a check left hook a moment ago by Inoue. Inoue drops the lead hand down, both hands down. Inoue leaves his chin out there with both hands down. Shoots an up jab, leaves that right hand all the way by his knee and the left hand. Bounces up and down. Jabs off that look. Picasso's on the ropes. Inoue shoots a straight right hand off the jab. Says, come on, to Picasso. Lead hands all the way down. Inoue begging for an opening. 20 seconds left. Beautiful step back in and out. Foot movement by Inoue, and he leads with like a 45, a half left hook, half left uppercut. 1-2 up top, punctuated by a left hook to the body by Inoue. Inoue sweeping right hand to the body and a left hook to the body, close to near the end of this round. Picasso can't hit him. The reflexes, the sense of timing, the punch placement. Yeah, Inoue, he's a monster, man. 8-0 Inoue. Dominant showing. With him not even always in top gear. Sometimes he's playing with him. Sometimes he's... But I think it's good for Inoue. Inoue's getting... He's getting good sparring, and he's getting good experience in being patient and evolving his temperament. Secret Dance Move said fight is kind of boring now. It is. But I still think Inoue at some point is going to lower the boom and stop him. But what I like, this could pay future dividends for Inoue, is those guys like Espinoza, Angelo Leo, Bruce Carrington, those featherweights at 26 are more dangerous than these fighters. And I think what he's doing is practicing his patience a little bit. You know, he's going to have to fight like this down the road against tougher challenges. He could probably have already gotten Picasso out of there or put more of his heavy artillery together like he did in the 5th round. But I think this is, in a way, wise of Inoue. It's not a pay-per-view performance. You know, you want to see him let go of the heavy artillery a little more often and not kind of play with his food, so to speak. But he's been very impressive to my eyes still, too. I mean, he's showing everything. And again, I think this could pay dividends for him, training his mind and his body to learn how to be patient for when you'll need to be patient against other fighters. So round 9, and I think at any round here, any moment, Inoue will start to put together the heavy artillery and close the show. But here we go, 45 seconds into the round. Inoue had a nice combination a moment ago with Picasso along the ropes. Inoue lands a nice power jab. Left hook to the body by Picasso. Left hook up top. 1-2 by Picasso. But Inoue just letting him stay comfortable. Steps to him. Inoue throwing the jab off a couple of left hooks earlier. Let's see. Minute 40 left in the round. Inoue picking his gloves up. Feints with both hands. Has those little cocky feints that are funny to watch sometimes. 1-2 by Inoue, falls short, but Picasso's cornered and he eats a jab. Back comes Picasso out of the ropes with a double jab. Inoue's reflexes are crazy. Makes him miss a left hook clean while barely moving his head an inch. And that's what's impressed me in this fight with Inoue too. Is sometimes it looks like his reflexes, he's not even moving his head out of the way and he still makes them fall short. Shakur will do that a little bit too. They're not guys who have to have exaggerated movements with their reflexes to make you miss all the time. They can by just move it a hair, almost naked to almost invisible to the naked eye, and still just make you graze them or miss completely. They don't have to pull way back. Inoue, not very active this round, but not getting hit, really. Oh, there's a jab by Picasso that lifts his head up. Inoue, nice jab, sets up a right uppercut, left hook to the body by Inoue. Beautiful left hook to the body to punctuate that three-punch combination. Straight right hand lands for Picasso. Back comes Inoue with a 1-2 to make him pay for it. Picasso on the ropes. Double, triple jab by Inoue. Sets up a sweeping right hand to the body and the left hook up top. Inoue again with the reflexes. Sweeping right hand to the body. Sometimes these Picasso left hooks are coming in hot. And Inoue nonchalantly, even with the chin out there sometimes, just boom, takes a quick, just makes him miss by an inch with quick reflexes. Good right hand by Picasso, but even some of those right hands Picasso lands, there's ever so slightly Inoue rolling something off of him. So 90-31 Inoue. Ooh, I'm getting a little tired, chat. We got over 600 people in here. Thank you everyone for joining. Merry Christmas, still trolling. Thank you. Yeah, Tay says Inoue doesn't respect him at all. He doesn't. You are correct. He does not respect him at all. James Dickinson, good to see you, brother. Merry Christmas. All right, Inoue, championship rounds time. Let's close the show. Let's close the show, Master. You got your rounds in. You've worked on this patience you've been working on in the last 2 fights. You've worked on it well. Now, time to do the signature monster shit. Because I don't think anyone wants to see this go the distance. Here we are in the 10th. Inoue a moment ago off the double jab, sweep the right hand and the left hook. But Picasso, at this point, probably sees the finish line and just doesn't want to get knocked out. Man, the reflexes of Inoue, the way he's making Picasso whiff on some of these left hooks. Inoue, triple left uppercut off a right hand. Right uppercut lands for Picasso on the inside. Back comes Inoue with a left hook to the body. And Inoue throws a beautiful 3-4 and 4-3. That's when, the 4 is the right uppercut and the 3 is the left hook to the body. Inoue's done that beautifully a few times tonight. That's a combination a lot of fighters love, is the 3-4. 3-4, and Canelo was great at that combination. Fundora throws it a lot, and Inoue throws it beautifully. Benavidez throws it too. Nice jab to the body by Inoue. Backs out of range with those quick feet, bouncy, athletic feet. Makes Picasso hit nothing but air on a double jab. Inoue getting low, stabs the body. Back comes Picasso with a stab to the body. Inoue, double left hook out of the high guard in close. Halfway through the round. Left hook to the body by Picasso. Inoue touches him with the left hand. Shuffles out to his left. Inoue bounces up and down. Beautiful cadence to his rhythm there. Minute 10 left in the round. Another Inoue round, obviously. This has been a very good defensive performance by Inoue, too. Nice jab to the body by Inoue. Minute left in the round. Inoue's still not fully unloading the heavy artillery as much as you might expect. Now he shoots a jab, another jab, and a sweeping right hand. But it's because Picasso's not giving him a lot to punch off of. Nice jab to the body by Inoue. Short right uppercut on the inside. Picasso checks him with a left hook on the inside. But Inoue, none of those shots are having any effect on him, and they're not snapping his head around. There's a good double left hook by Picasso with Inoue on the ropes. He lands that left hook to the body. Good jab by Picasso. Knocks Inoue's head up as Inoue let his jab go. Inoue makes him miss a left hook clean. 18 seconds left. Combination on the inside by Picasso. Inoue covers up. Jab, big right hand by Inoue. Picasso, still defensively responsible, moves his head along the ropes a little bit. Makes Inoue miss the big power shots off the jab. This is going to do it for the 10th round. 10-0 Naoya Inoue. 190. What's up, Loza AG? Appreciate you, brother. Rambler said, Sean, your bad luck. Evoke the stoppage. All right. I'll try this, Rambler. I'll try to reverse psychology. Yeah, and I just don't think Inoue is going to get the stoppage tonight. He's been impressive, but, you know, not unleashing the firepower down the stretch. So I don't know if Inoue will ultimately close the show. Is that good, Rambler? We'll see if that works. Trollin Sports said, this reminds me of the performance Haney had against Norman. Disappointed because I felt like he could have did more, and I feel the same way about Inoue. Picasso don't want to be there. Fair enough. Fair enough. I actually think, though, Norman was leaving himself more defensively vulnerable than Picasso is right now. Picasso, over the last several rounds, has just shelled up. And Norman kept coming forward, kept jumping in with shots. So I actually think he was, in some ways, more available than Picasso was. But Norman's also better and more dangerous than Picasso and a much better puncher. So, you know, take that for what you will. All right, Inoue. Double jab. Double jab again, near the ropes. Inoue jab to the body. Jab to the body. Picasso trying to throw a right hand over the top of that jab to the body. And yeah, this is a more patient monster. And again, it might not... You want the big flurry at some point and everything to close the show, but this is going to pay him dividends as long as he's always got that old monster in his back pocket. And I don't see why he wouldn't. The speed, the power, the footwork, the reflexes, everything's still there. But the temperament has evolved a little bit. And it needed to, because he was getting dropped in fights. So, a little bit on his Floyd Mayweather right here. Let's just win every round and get the job done. He showed flashes of it. He still shows the flashes of that beautiful jab tonight. Nice jabs to the body throughout the fight. Inoue getting low, dropping his hands, beautiful head movement. Doesn't just move his head to one side or the other, so where he becomes predictable. Nice jab to the body again by Inoue, feints. Really good defense by Inoue in this fight. Minute 10 left in the round. Inoue content to just dominate off his jab and his defense right now. Jab to the body, jab up top. Picasso misses a 1-2. Inoue too slick. Inoue makes him whiff on a big left hook, does his pull back, great reflexes, back on his double jab, gets his head off the line, away from a jab, sinks to his right. Now Picasso gets in a few shots. Right uppercut up top, sets a left hook up to the body. Inoue sweeps a right hand back in return. Inoue's back is against the ropes. Back against the ropes, touches with his jab. Picasso shoots a left hook to the body. Straight right hand up top. Inoue blocks it. Inoue gets his head off the line to get away from the jab. 1-2 by Inoue, sets up a left hook to the body. Back comes Picasso with a left uppercut on the inside and a left hook on the inside. Inoue punching with Picasso. Punctuates the exchange with a left hook. 2 body shots by Picasso and a left uppercut. Inoue punches in between with a right hand over the top. Left hook to the body by Picasso. Good combination by Picasso. Good left hook to the body by Picasso. Some left hooks getting in for Picasso. And a right hand. And a left hook for Picasso. Punching with Inoue. Good right uppercut by Picasso. Inoue took some shots down the stretch of this 11th round. But Inoue finishes with a hard combination. Pinning Picasso against the ropes. And Picasso raises his arms as if to say, I had a few moments. 11-0 Inoue. 110.99 for Naoya Inoue. Still trolling says Picasso needs left hooks every time Inoue dips to the right. Someone asked, based on his performance since, is it fair to say the Fulton KO was Inoue's signature performance, or is that reserved for the Donaire rematch? Both of them combined are his signature, are his peak as of right now. If you were to ask, what was Inoue's peak? It was those 2 fights, the Donaire rematch and the Fulton fight. If you had to pick just one, it's the Fulton fight. Fulton was undefeated. He was on the fringe of the top 10 pound for pound. He was in the top 15, I believe. He was unified. He was a hell of a fighter. He had built a very good resume at 122, and Inoue just blew him out the water and made him look like he didn't belong in the ring. So that was the peak performance thus far, alongside Donaire at number 2. But here we go, round 12. How does Inoue choose to approach this 12th round? Starting with his jab through the center. He took some shots at the end of that 11th round in an attempt, again, to make Picasso open up. Double jab by Inoue. Short little left hook, taking something off these shots. Double jab to the body by Inoue. Inoue uses jab up top, right hand. It's been a long morning. Picasso shelling up. Double jab sets up a right hand with Picasso along the ropes. Picasso just shelling up on the ropes there. Little over 2 minutes left in the fight. Hasn't been nearly as exciting as Nakatani's fight. Inoue on the ropes. Steps out a little bit. Southeast. Gets underneath the hook. Back still near the ropes. Inoue looks content to pitch a shutout. Nice left hook to the body by Picasso with Inoue along the ropes. Inoue shoots a left uppercut in between shots. Back comes Picasso trying to keep him along the ropes. Inoue lands a power jab. Shoots that power jab out there 2 or 3 more times. Back comes Picasso with a jab to the body in the center of the ring. Inoue sweeps his right hand, but Picasso blocks it. Follows it up, though, with a left hook. That lands. Back comes Picasso with a left hook to the body and a hard left hook up top by Picasso as Inoue reached to the body. Inoue taking some shots here. Some left hooks from Picasso to the body and to the head as he stands in front of Picasso. Minute 10 left. Picasso with a right hand over the top of Inoue's jab. Left hook to the body. Oh, big left hook by Picasso. Picasso might win this round. Picasso punching with Inoue. He should have done more of that earlier. Got to punch with Inoue. Picasso having his best round. Inoue staying on top of him. Picasso with a left hook to the body, letting his hands go more. Now a left hook to the body by Inoue. Nice shot. Another left hook to the body by Inoue with Picasso along the ropes. 35 seconds. Left hook to the body again by Inoue. That one was on the belt line. Another left hook to the body by Inoue. Nice left hook, though, by Picasso. Rocks the chin around of Inoue a little bit. Follows it up with a little bit of a combination. 20 seconds left. Picasso with a left hook to the body. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. Inoue off a jab. Goes to the body. Another little short left hook to the body in close. And Inoue misses the left hook. And that'll do it. I think Picasso won that round. But I'm not mad if you gave it to Inoue. So either 119-109 or 120-108. A little bit flat in Riyadh by his measures, but again, I do think this evolution in his temperament is necessary for the move up to lightweight. And even potentially, even though Nakatani looked beatable tonight and was fortunate to escape with a win, early against Nakatani, you gotta be a little bit careful with him. So Inoue not showing the firepower down the stretch against Picasso, who fought to survive after getting hurt in the middle rounds, but had his best round in the 12th. Landed his best shots there in the 12th. I think he might have won that round. So Tayday says that was 50% effort from Inoue all fight. Okay, I'm going to speculate as to why. Again, I think it's him. He got caught with a nasty left hook in between by Picasso in that 12th round that DAZN's showing on the replay. So yeah, I think Picasso won the 12th. I had it 119-109 Inoue. Tayday, you're right. And I think it was two things. I think it's him working on being more patient. And also I think he was in Riyadh where it's a little flat and the crowd sucks compared to fighting in the United States or Japan for him. So that's what I think it was too. A little bit of that Canelo Williams Skull energy. Last time, are Inoue Nakatani next? I believe they are. And I've always had Inoue winning that fight. And now I'm much more convinced of Inoue winning that fight. So I got Inoue beating Nakatani, but it's a fight, man. Inoue still leaves his chin up sometimes, and Nakatani has power. So it's a fight, but I think Inoue beats him. I feel a lot more resolute that Inoue beat. I always had Inoue beating Nakatani, but I looked at it as closer to 50-50, 60-40, 65-35. Now I'm convinced that Inoue wins the fight. So Inoue and Nakatani's stock went down, in my opinion, says Secret Dance Move. I can see why you say that. They were both supposed to get knockouts against come-forward Mexican fighters who don't have the best defense by any stretch. And they both went the distance, and Nakatani was fortunate to even win. And Inoue didn't have his usual killer instinct down the stretch of this fight, which surprised me in the late rounds. I would like the adjustment through 8-9 rounds. Get your rounds in. Work on this new patient temperament, work on some things that you feel you'll need to work on for more difficult, challenging fighters, bigger fighters. But I was a little surprised that in the late rounds, the championship rounds, Inoue didn't go for the kill. That's not like him. But hey, great fighters do this sometimes. They just coast to a win. I agree with you, Secret Dance Move. I don't see Inoue dominating at 126 like he has 122. Colonel says Divino Espinosa smokes Inoue. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know, man. If he still has so much in his bag, defensively, offensively, that he can still hit Divino Espinosa at will, especially to the body. And Divino's defense isn't the best. And he still has the power to hurt Divino. It's just fighting bigger men. If someone like Divino could really absorb his clean shot. Now, and against a guy like Divino who's letting a lot of punches go, unlike Picasso who fought to survive a lot, that's going to be more opportunities for Inoue to catch him clean in between shots. So, Inoue, I could see him becoming undisputed at 26, but I also think that there's a higher chance than ever, which is, stands to reason, that he loses at 26. And I agree with my boy True School Sports. I want to see the Angelo Leo fight at some point. I think that's a beautiful stylistic matchup. Him and Angelo Leo. I think him and Espinosa is a beautiful fight. And I think if Bruce Carrington gets past Carlos Castro, which isn't a given, I think that's a very fascinating fight because Carrington is an exquisite counterpuncher, and he loves to time you and punch at the same time you punch, and he has the speed to challenge Inoue's speed. 26 and Inoue is some of my most sought after fights. But first, just because Nakatani didn't look great, no. We still got to see. Inoue deserves, and Japanese boxing deserves, those two to share those stage in the Tokyo Dome. And I think that'll be the capstone of Inoue's career. And after that, 26 will be playing with house money. It'll be, hey, if you could become undisputed at 26, oh my God, you're amazing. But if you get caught at 26 against one of those guys, then you already did it all in the lower weights. And then the beating Nakatani will be, the cherry on top. Not the cherry on, it'll be the capstone of everything he did from 108 to 122. And then featherweight is playing with house money, and let's see what we get. I think he stands, it's like 50-50. 50% he's able to be undisputed at featherweight, 50% someone beats him at featherweight. I'm leaning ever so slightly towards someone beats him at featherweight. Between him getting older, and between him fighting naturally bigger men, and between his one flaw of leaving that chin up sometimes, I think, that counts, that gets him at some point. But it's basically 50-50 whether he becomes undisputed at 26 or someone catches him. And I'm leaning ever so, I'm leaning like 55-45 someone gets him at featherweight. Between the age, between leaving the chin up sometimes, I think someone at 26 could be the one who gets him. But we'll see. Because all those guys between Carrington, Espinosa, and Leo all have a shot at beating him. So, Secret Dance Move, I think Inoue's in decline. Still very good, but just falling off from his best. I can see that. Lowe's AG said, Sean, kick-ass live coverage. I previously surfed the nest listening to crap. You give detailed commentary, unbiased, and now I'm subscribing. Thank you, my man. Oh, it's your first time listening. Appreciate it. You guys could tell I'm a little tired now. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I'm going on 2 or 3 hours of sleep, so I'm a little beat. But we'll wrap it up here. Give some post-fight thoughts. All right, so post-fight thoughts. Yeah, I think Inoue is, yeah, he definitely beats. No, I don't think Nick Ball beats Inoue. I think Nick Ball is the weak link. I think Inoue beats Nick Ball. Nick Ball's too one-dimensional. He doesn't have the kind of reach and size to give Inoue problems. His strength and durability and inside game. Maybe he could do what Hernandez did to Nakatani tonight, and that's just rough him up and make it a war. And yeah, Nick Ball has a chance. I'm not counting him out, but I think Inoue is too versatile for the one-dimensional Nick Ball. And again, Nick Ball doesn't have those dimensions at featherweight that the other champions do in length. So I think, I think Inoue turns Nick Ball around, but then again, Nick Ball might take that power might smother some of that power. It'd be a good fight. I think Inoue beats him, and I think Leo, Carrington, and Espinoza are the interesting matchups that any of those guys have a path to victory, whether you're picking them or not. And I think he beats Nakatani. So yeah, when I get off of this, I'll do one of my walk and talks where I give a quick reaction and sum up my thoughts, but you guys are basically hearing everything I'm gonna say in my little post-fight summary that I'll post. But Tay says Espinoza will be his toughest fight. That's an amazing war. That fight would be a fight of the year candidate. I'm a little biased. I like Angelo Leo. My boy Brendan is in his camp, and Angelo's been over the house a few times. I'd love to see Angelo get the fight. And beyond that bias, I'll keep it real if I have one. I'll be transparent about it. I think Angelo and Inoue makes a beautiful fight stylistically. Angelo's always compared him fighting Inoue to Marquez Pacquiao, and I understand why he says that. And sign me up for that. Just sign me up for Inoue at 26. But first, let him handle his business at the Tokyo Dome against Nakatani. That's my take on it. What do I think of the Tio versus Kerr card? Tay, I like. What about Nakatani and Bam? I think Bam beats him at 118. I think if Bam could get Nakatani to agree to come down to 118, I think Bam beats him. I think Bam's just a better fighter. Yeah, I think Bam beats him. We got to get him to come down to 18. So we'll see. Maybe there's a chance for some reason Inoue Nakatani doesn't happen and Nakatani can drop back down to 18. It's tough for a tall guy like that to get down to 18, though. I mean, maybe Bam can maybe Bam could do what he did for Quadras, right? I think Bam jumped up to 15 for Quadras and then dropped back down after that. Maybe Bam could do the same for Nakatani. Hey, I'll jump up 2 weight classes to 22 and then drop back down to where I really feel comfortable at and should be at 15. But I think Bam beats Nakatani. He's just better than him. Nakatani's still very good, but not as good as the Inoues and the Bams and those guys. I think Nakatani tonight showed he's more of an 11 through 20 than he is a 1 through 10 on a pound-for-pound scale. But as for the whole card, hey, thank you for the super chat, Loza AG 8342. Appreciate it, my brother. Thank you. Yeah, I think Ortiz and Keyshawn. Let me take a quick look at Jermaine Ortiz. I haven't sunk my teeth into that matchup just yet, but Jermaine Ortiz, he left food on the table against Tio. I know he felt like he got robbed, and some people thought he got robbed, but if you want to win those kind of big fights, it's not enough to just outbox them and frustrate them. You got to win. You got to take it, and he didn't take it against Teofimo. But I expect Keyshawn to beat him. But let me watch a little bit of Jermaine Ortiz for a second here again. But I expect I expect Keyshawn to beat him. But I don't, Ortiz got to go for it a little bit more. He got off to a great lead against Lomachenko, and he gave Tio a bunch of fits, but he ultimately let the fight slip away. And if you're Jermaine Ortiz, you got to go third time's the charm, man. This is my third bite at the apple. I got Lomachenko, let that one slide off the hook. I was giving Teofimo fits, but ultimately I retreated too much and didn't take the belt from the champion, the A side. So this time, you're in the same position. You're fighting the A side again, and if you want to take it from him, you got to take it from him. It's not enough to hold your ground and make it very competitive. He's got to step it up a little bit. And that's not all just a skill thing. Part of that's a temperament thing, too. Keyshawn, Tio, Lomachenko, those are A-side champions for a reason. They know how to win at that level. Jermaine Ortiz hasn't shown us he knows how to get the job done. He's shown us he can fight on that level, but winning on that level is a little different. So I don't know. I favor Keyshawn to beat him. But, Keyshawn, again, this year, he's had some ugly moments, man. Just how his conduct in winning his first title, and then his conduct in blowing weight, and yeah, for a moment having some accountability, I guess, and then quickly firing Bomac and then lashing out at the media, and all that, and really not really having that much accountability for it. But it's about how he does in the ring, and I would favor Keyshawn to beat him. But Ortiz, again, it's a temperament thing. Maybe Keyshawn is showing immaturity in his temperament, and maybe Ortiz this time has the maturity, the self-awareness to hold himself accountable and be like, hey, I didn't get the job done in those two fights. I fought on that level, but I didn't get it done. We'll see. It's a good fight. It's a good matchup. I favor Keyshawn. So we'll see. Matt Borgeson said, I noticed they didn't mention Inoue versus Nakatani next. Is that fight done and over with, you reckon? I don't think so. I think you still make it happen. Let it be Inoue's swan song at 122, and then see if because that'll be the job is finished at 122, and you've done all you can do. And let's see if, and then move to featherweight and play with house money. I've said that a lot of times, but that's what I think. Keyshawn definitely needs to take Ortiz seriously. He does, American John Grass. He does. This isn't Denis Berancek. This is a guy his size who can box, has some decent pop, and it's gonna be. It's a good fight. He's probably the best opponent Keyshawn's fought as a professional. This isn't Albright, who took Keyshawn the distance over 10 rounds and won a lot of rounds. And I think Keyshawn got out of there with a majority decision. He didn't beat him unanimously. And this ain't Denis Berancek, man. This ain't a little guy. This is a guy your size, who's an athlete too, who comes from the USA boxing amateur background too. So I think it's a good fight. It's a good fight. It's a real fight for Keyshawn, but Keyshawn's obviously the favorite. And let me see what Jermaine Ortiz did in the amateurs again, real quick, in BoxRec. Yeah, he wasn't as good as Keyshawn in the amateurs. He lost to Boots in the amateurs. He split fights with Jaron Ennis. Fought my guy Malik Montgomery. Yeah, he wasn't the amateur that Keyshawn Davis was. Keyshawn has a little bit of length on him. And I've interviewed Jermaine Ortiz before too, and he has a little bit of that entitlement too that a lot of young fighters have nowadays, too cool for school a little bit, and that bites him in the ass in the ring. It's like, you can't do that. Can't do that too cool for school shit in the ring, man. And when I interviewed him a few times, I noticed that about him. Just keeping it real. And he would talk in the interview like he already done something. You know, like he was already the shit. And it's like, yeah, I got robbed against Lomachenko. Yeah, I got robbed against Teofimo. You didn't win. You didn't win. And if you head into the fight with that kind of mentality, you're probably not going to win again. You gotta be more, stay confident, stay believing in yourself that you're the shit and you belong on that level and you could beat those guys. But be humble enough to say, I didn't do enough. I came up on the short end of the stick. I didn't win. And, fight with more of a sense of urgency against Keyshawn. But yeah, Keyshawn has an inch of reach, an inch of height on him, and has a much better amateur background than he does. You got to favor Keyshawn Davis. So, but that's why they fight the fights. Adames might lose too. I mean, Ammo is, here's the thing. Ammo has power, and Adames is more of an inside fighter, but he moves his head very well. Ammo has a chance because he's explosive. But I think, Adames is just better than him. But styles make fights. Just because you're overall a better and more skilled fighter than the other guy, sometimes his style, that southpaw, powerful left hand and explosiveness of Ammo Williams, with Adames, who gets his best work done coming forward off his head movement, maybe he gets caught, but Adames is the better fighter. I know that. I know Ammo is raw and doesn't have Adames' skill. So, but styles make fights, maybe stylistically he gets caught. We'll see. But I got Adames. He's overall just a better fighter. So, and then what's the other one we got? Carlos Castro and Shushu. Look, I shout out to Shushu. I'm very cool with Shushu. He's a really cool person. And Brooklyn stand up all day. And, off top, I'll pick him against Castro. But Shushu, he waits too much and doesn't use his jab enough. And he's too dependent on counterpunching. He is a great counterpuncher, but other fighters at this level know that about him. And so what Castro's going to do is make him pick his feet up and not let him be set and not just give him counterpunching opportunities. Castro's going to move, and fight long. And if Bruce is over-reliant on the counterpunching and just looking to punch off of Castro, he's going to go too many, and he's done this in a number of fights. He's going to go too many lows of not getting off first. And what's frustrating about it is Shushu has an excellent long jab. He has a 72-inch reach all the way down at featherweight. So put it out there. Force the other guy to have to open up in response to you landing your jab, stabbing the body, coming up top. But Bruce's footwork isn't the best, and he doesn't always use his feints. He likes to have his feet set a little bit, and he likes you to come to him, and he likes to counterpunch, and he's really good at that. But again, guys like Castro are going to pick up on that. Castro's not a dumb fighter. He almost beat Fulton and dropped him. Castro's going to move and make Bruce pick his feet up. And Castro's going to try to punch off the movement. And if Bruce is just constantly waiting for him to be in front of him and counterpunch him, then he's going to fight with too many lulls potentially. But I still think that Bruce should beat him. But we'll see. So, yeah, it's a nice card on January 31st. But we'll see, man. Big picture wise, TKO thought they'd have the Ali Act stuff passed by now, and they don't. And I'm pretty positive they thought by now, heading into their first card, January 23rd, that this Ali stuff would have already been a wrap. And their ace in the hole, I don't vote. This isn't me being a long-haired Democrat guy. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican technically because I don't vote. But their ace in the hole was having the president in their pocket, TKO, Ari, and Dana. And he just got implicated in the Epstein files for being a rapist. So, and he's in his second term, not his first term. And by the time you're in the last year of the term, the whole country turns to who's the next president. You become, you still have executive powers and all that. But what I'm getting at is they only got 2 years to really play with Trump in their pocket. And despite that, Congress has been at a standstill. They haven't passed the Ali Act. I'm positive they thought they would have that in the bag by now, heading into their first card on Paramount. And speaking of Paramount, they got criticized by Warner Brothers for overvaluing the UFC and TKO, and they won't sell to Paramount Skydance. They looks like they're going to do everything they can to sell to Netflix. So TKO felt they had all the king's horses and all the king's men. We're going to pass this Ali Act, and they may still. And we got Paramount, but Paramount didn't come up with the big acquisition of Warner just yet. They don't have momentum going towards that. And then their ace in the hole, having the president in their pocket, you know, he doesn't have a lot of public opinion behind him right now after that Epstein file shit. And then the Saudi PIF, there's been reports they're tightening their belt a little bit as they've been hemorrhaging billions of dollars. Now there's trillions of dollars in that fund. Saudi Aramco is worth over $1.5 trillion, but they're losing a lot of money. And I've read some reports that in Live Golf and in soccer, they're tightening their belt a little bit. So the TKO Saudi takeover, there's some cracks in the armor right now between everything I just mentioned. So that's going to be interesting to see long term. But it's not like any of the previous administration, the powers that be, Aram, Heyman, and Eddie and Oscar are setting the world on fire by any means. It's not like if there's any chinks in the armor, they're taking advantage of it. So we'll see what happens, big picture wise, heading into 2026. So we'll see. But yeah, Sean Ali rant is top 5 boxing rant of all time. Thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of people haven't liked it. And I said I'm going to pull back from it a little bit. Here's just between me and you. What I'm doing a little bit of is tactical. Okay. I tweeted heading into 26, I'm not going to talk about it as much. But that's on purpose a little bit, because if you keep saying this, if you beat a dead horse, keep saying the same shit over and over again, people start to tune it out. And you got to let things play out a little bit. If I've been right about some of this stuff long term, then I'll be vindicated. If I'm wrong, then it is time to shut the fuck up a little bit, right? So let's let things play out a little bit. But just for you guys knowing, when I'm stepping back, I'm doing a little bit of like how Eminem ended 8 Mile and how Rocky did Rocky 3 against Clubber Lang, where you start taking the beating on purpose. Like, oh, you guys are right. I've just been bitching. TKO and Saudi are what's great for the sport. Go ahead, hit me, you know, and then let everybody talk their shit and let things play out. And then if you've been right about some of this stuff long term, then you come back with a vengeance and launch your flurry back at them. So we'll see. And then also, like I said, man, to make excuses, because great fighters make excuses when they lose. That stuff took my eye off the ball of analysis a little bit in the ring. And that I think that's part of why I missed more fight picks this year than I ever have in any year before. And I can't really afford that credibility-wise. So we'll see. So yeah, but let me get out of here in a minute. Bebop Jones, yep, football today, but the Niners. Oh shit, I gotta be at the Raiders. Wait. No, it's Saturday. Thank God. I got my wires crossed because we've been up Saturday into the. Thank God I got Raiders tomorrow, not today. I could chill with the family the rest of the day. Justin Marie said, Sean, who's the one fighter you're on the lookout for in 2026? I want to see Benavidez get his shot. I want to see Ennis and Ortiz fight for titles at 154 and then hopefully fight each other. I want to see... Turkey saying no pay-per-view was a complete lie. Shout out to Crawford, who I criticized about dealing with these people and empowering them, but ultimately said, goodbye, Turkey. You see how Turkey thought he could tell Terrence what to do and said, no retirement. And Terrence said, let's get it. Clear the check for Canelo. Let's get it. I'm retiring. Goodbye. Good for you, Terrence. And by the way, about Terrence Crawford, because his publicist got super mad at me because I said it was told to me that he was going to be at the USA boxing tournament with Dana and Nick Khan. Turns out he wasn't there. My source did get that wrong, but my source was correct about Dana and Nick. Sure enough, they were there. And so for all the people saying you're a Bud hater, totally ignoring all the praise I've given him, it's been like 90% praise in his career, 10% criticism, and the 10% has literally come in 2024 and 2025 for the Madrimov and Canelo fights with Saudi. But anyways, to give Bud his props, when I'm watching Mike McCallum and I'm watching Purnell and I'm watching Sugar, like when I'm watching the great fighters from all those great decades of boxing that were better eras than now, if I'm keeping it real, the guy that reminds me of them is Terrence. He's the guy from this era, and that's why he was so dominant in this era. Because in those other eras, like the 80s, there was a dozen or so type Terrence Crawfords of guys that had speed, had power, had IQ, could counter, could lead, were tough, were mean, had great stamina. Terrence is the guy that reminds me of them in temperament, in attitude, in skill, in IQ, in toughness, and all that. He is cut from the old school cloth. He could have fought and been a champion in any era. I just think the difference is he would have took some L's in other eras because there were other fighters just like him who were as great as he was. And that's just keeping it real. But to give Terrence some more props, and I've given him tons of it as of late, since he retired, I had an hour, 10-minute video with Raheem giving him props. Check the last Porterweight podcast where I gave him, I'll say it again, he won every fight as a welterweight by knockout, and they were all title fights. He was not only one of the best counterpunchers that's ever lived, but a boxer puncher too. I was just talking about how Carrington relies on counterpunching too much. Terrence had a great jab with a 74-inch reach. He could initiate and create off his jab and be first. And since he's a great counterpuncher, was always last. And anyways, the compliment I want to give him tonight was after watching some body snatcher fights, some James Toney fights, was he's the guy that reminds me of those eras. It's just a shame there weren't more like him to go up against in his era. He still has a terrific resume, but... Terrence is one of the all-time greats. Salute to him in retirement. And, maybe in the end, he just took the Saudis for a big ride and cashed some big checks and ultimately wasn't a conduit to the Ali Act being changed and fighters being taken advantage of and USA boxing being in the pros being overtaken by international influence and people that want to just monopolize combat sports, because I hate that term. That term only came to exist once UFC took off, and then it went from just boxing to combat sports, and now it's combat sports and entertainment because of WWE being included with boxing and MMA, and it's like that shit ain't the same. We're different people. We have different tastes. There are some people who like all three, but most of us like one or the other, or like 2 out of 3, and all that. Anyway, shout out to Terrence, one of the greatest fighters of all time. So Daniel, thank you for the super chat. Says, last one, shut the fuck up. Protest kills dreams. Focus on boxing. Your profile will explode if you turn up polished. Let them try to get that comment, build networks. I appreciate it, Daniel. I hear you. And, I hear you, man. And part of me is tempted to do just that. And, especially at least for a time, let things play out and then let things play out and show I could still call it in the ring as good as anybody. And Dingleberry says R.I.P. Sean Zittel, death by BBC. I don't know why BBC is in your mental right now, but just so you know, Dingleberry, there's just as many people bitching in my comments that I have something against black fighters. You know that, right? So if I have people like you who are talking about BBC like a homo, that's what you are. And then I got people on the other comments saying, you have something against black fighters, then it probably means you're both retarded and full of shit. That's what I think. So, thank you, Tay-Day. Said, last and most important one, bro. Be yourself. No, I appreciate that, bro. But even being myself, I see missteps I had this year. I got to compartmentalize better. I got to be level-headed better. I got to be better. But I'm not mad at Daniel. I think Daniel means well by telling me, shut the fuck up and, protest kills dreams. I get totally what he means by that. And I'm not mad at that that comment at all. So I appreciate it. Yeah. So, but yeah, you know that, right? You know there's people in my comments saying, you're biased against Mexican fighters. You're biased against black fighters. You love black fighters. You love Mexican fighters. You love white fighters. You're a self-hating white guy. You know that, right? Like, you know, literally, I get the dumb shit from all angles, which makes me feel like I'm probably doing a good job. So, what's up, L Dub Boxing? Thank you for the super chat, or not the super chat. Just good to see you, Bug. Good to see you, brother. So yeah. Let's see. Thank you for the super chat. Who works Keyshawn's corner? Does that affect the pick? No, I appreciate it, Dingleberry. Don't mind me. You know, I just had to return fire. You're talking about me loving BBC. I had to call you a homo. But in the end, we could still be friends. Okay, it's all good. We both landed our shots. Who would be training Keyshawn? Maybe Coach K? Keyshawn Davis trainer. It's not Bomac. Is that revealed yet? I don't know. Maybe it'll be Coach K. Who is his new trainer, though? Seems like... You know, Bomac hasn't liked me for a while now because of the Terrence stuff I've said. And but I'll acknowledge that Bomac's a hell of a trainer. And his team. Red Spikes is a great guy. Esau Diegas is quiet and underrated. His team and his system are excellent. You know, Bomac's an excellent trainer. Hall of Fame trainer. See how I do that? See how I could have these little qualms with people in the sport and give them their just due? I heard it's Shakur's grandfather as well. Is it Tay-Day? Pops, as Shakur calls him. Ryan from the 6. We salute Sean. I appreciate you guys too, man. Thank you guys. Thank you, Tay-Day. Hey, love you too, Daniel. I appreciate the love, brother. Coach Moses, Coach Rel, Shakur, and Zaquin's camp. Okay. That works. Yeah, but, okay. Coach Moses hasn't always had Shakur's full attention in the corner, though. Remember they were arguing back and forth in the Artem Hardatunian fight? You know, sometimes your grandfather, who you came up with in the amateurs, sometimes you need a different voice to get the most out of you in the pros. I'm very curious about the Teofimo Shakur fight. They're both really good and really talented, but have shown some holes in their game. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. You know, Tio against De Los Santos' explosiveness got timid. Shakur against De Los Santos' explosiveness got timid. Tio against boxers doesn't pick his lead hand up when he has to come forward and gets checked by right hooks like Shakur's. So I'm interested to see what it is. And Shakur is the favorite, but I don't know. I don't know if I love his energy heading into the fight either. We'll see what happens. It's an interesting fight. Thank you, Boog. Said Sean, you can bounce back on your picks in January. But I'm coming back. I got Matias beating Dalton Smith, but Matias's defense kind of sucks. But Dalton Smith is so basic. Like, I'm watching his fights, and he's basic, and it's not like he's some great puncher. His volume isn't that good. He doesn't do a lot defensively. He's just kind of a high guard British fighter who's solid across the board. Matias should beat him, but Matias's defense kind of sucks sometimes. So Matias is beatable. That's why he has a couple of losses. But I think Matias overwhelms Dalton Smith. But also there's the whole PED thing. You know, maybe he's off the shit, or I don't know. We'll see. I need time to break shit down. Thank you for the super chat again. Daniel said, love you, man. Stop giving a fuck. Next level energy. You might be right. So I'm favoring Tio in that fight, says Tay-Day. We'll see, man. It's like Tio's not the most reliable cat. Shakur is the betting favorite. logic says in a lot of ways. Tio struggles against guys that are good on the back foot. Shakur's very good on the back foot. But I don't know, man. Shakur fixed the gap. Why you fix the gap, man? Don't do that. And then I'm being half funny there. Bernard didn't fix it in his prime, and I don't know. And then Shakur's showing little signs of like the rehydration clause stuff, and he's so sure that everybody hates on him and all that. And it's like, bro, just prove yourself. Like, what do you mean people hate on you? You've been on the pound for pound list for like half a decade now. You know, you were picked from the choir, winning the silver medal in the amateurs. Everyone's always pegged you as a future Hall of Famer. ESPN compared you to Floyd. The CompuBox statistics of the best defense in boxing. And it's like, bro, you've gotten plenty of credit. No, like, you know what I mean? And then he wavers on his accountability. At first, when he got out the De Los Santos fight, he's like, that wasn't good enough. Then it turned into, you guys don't know shit about boxing and all that. And so, you know, you look at stuff like that. And then Tio, he's erratic in the ring, out of the ring. But he's the more explosive athlete. To me, he's the more what's up, Panama? Good to see you, brother. And well, good to see you, Maria C. And good to see you, C Money. Sean, how talented do you think Shakur is? I think he's talented, and he has a subtle talent. If he wins this fight, it's because he's more efficient than Teofimo. Teofimo is, you know, cross arms, defense, and big exaggerated reflexes sometimes. And Shakur is just take a little half step out and make you miss by an inch and stay in range. And his hand speed isn't as explosive, but it's sharper and more accurate. His gift is his eyes, as Tim Bradley told me, his vision, his radar. So his gifts are more subtle than Teofimo. Teofimo's gifts jump off the screen more, the speed power combo and the big flashy reflexes and the creativity on offense. But we know that offense isn't as dynamic when he has to go and get you. He comes forward with his lead hand down. And for like the millionth time, even Floyd, when he had to come forward against Mosley or against McGregor or against Judah, he picked his hands up a little bit. He showed a different look. And Tio tries to keep jumping in with that same look that he does as a counter puncher with someone coming to him. So there's questions both fighters have to ask. And I'd honestly like for both of them to live up to the hype and show that they're both pound for pound elite fighters that are complete fighters, because to me, they're incomplete fighters. Really good, and both potentially future Hall of, probably, you know, in their era, they're going to go to the Hall of Fame. Shakur's 3-division champ, Tio 2-division lineal champ, blah, 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 blah. We know this. So I'm giving them the credit where it's due. But I just, I would like to see them live up. It's billed as the kind of fight like a, you know, like a De La Hoya Mosley or a Mike McCallum, James Toney, or something like that, you know, like Barrera Morales, like that elite level when two elite fighters meet. I want to see it. I want to see them both prove it on the same night. And I think they can. I think that's in play. But up to this point, they've had some holes in their games and in their performances, you know. So even Tio's finest hour against Loma, he lost 5 of the last 6 rounds and got swelled up. You know, Shakur against Valdez, good stuff. I still think Shakur's best performance was Zepeda and Jamel Herring. But even Zepeda hit him 200 times. It wasn't a virtuoso performance. Zepeda, his performance was underrated by the judges that fight. He only got a round or 2 on the cards. He won 4 rounds, you know. So I still think they're both really, really good, talented, accomplished, decorated champions. But I would like to see them live up to all the hype on the same night and produce something special. You know, I don't want to see Tio's flaws just bite him in the ass and Shakur just outbox him. You know, I don't want and yeah, you know, if Tio surprises people again and pulls off an upset, that's cool. But what I'd love to see from both guys at Madison Square Garden is both of them live up to their hype and whatever potential they have and be great on the same night. That's what I would like to see. So And lastly, again, should I go to that fight, guys, or should I just stay home and do a round by round? I'm leaning towards staying home and doing a round by round because they don't treat media good anymore. Like a lot of these fighters, they don't like us, they don't treat us good, and the Saudis don't really give media a lot of access. I'm going to be there filming the same press conference that a million other motherfuckers are filming and getting the same quotes everybody else is getting. And a lot of the fighters probably don't want to talk to me anymore because I try to be honest with you guys on these lives, which sucks because I love boxing. I want to be at the fight. I want to smell the fight game up close and personal in person and have a back and forth. If they didn't like something I said, I could stand on it like a man. And if they make a good point, admit where I was wrong or let them know, hey, I respect each and every one of you that steps through the ropes, especially at the championship level. I know I can't do what you can do, but I got a job to do too. And, so between all that, if it's not in Vegas and if it's not a fight with a promotional company that like PBC or Top Rank, when I know they're going to let me actually do my job and get some time with the fighters as opposed to just show up and get the same thing, everything, then I'm like, save my money and spend time with my family and keep it real and rock with you guys on the live. So you guys tell me what you think I should do. Should I go to the Garden and apply for that fight and try to be there in person, or stay home and give you the best round by round there is? So let me know. Let me see. But pop out, bro. It's New York City. Pop out, bro. Yeah, I kind of want to go. I'm almost like, even if I lose money, bro, I got to pull up in my hometown and watch them fight at the Garden. I kind of want to go too. Thank you, Boog said, Sean, you got to link back up with Tim Bradley. Been a minute. So part of why you don't see me, I talk with Tim on the phone all the time. Like, that's my friend. That's actually my guy. And part of why you don't see me interview him a lot is my perspective on it is he already helped me a lot build this channel up in its early stage, get it off the ground. And he's got his own channel to build, right? So all those great takes he has, he's trying to build his own platform with those takes. And he's already done me a lot of solids being on this channel. And I never want someone like him to think we're just friends so I could get interviews. I sometimes I make it a point not to ask for interviews for at least a long duration of time, so that the friendship we're building is real. We really are boys, and it's not just me kissing up to get interviews and money on the channel. So that's part of why you haven't seen Tim on the channel in a minute. So Maria says, tough call. It's the big room at the Garden. Yeah, true. The interview Tim did with Dre was good. Absolutely, I'm sure. Let me see. It's a good card. Probably go. Everyone's saying I should go. C Money said do a round by round though. Yeah, I appreciate that. None Your Business said do a round by round. Yeah. And there's also the chance they don't credential me. There's also the chance that it's a Saudi-backed card and they go, no, fuck that guy. Which I would have to respect. I'm biased towards freedom of the press. You're supposed to let journalists speak their mind and give them a credential, but they don't have to do that. It doesn't apply to privately owned companies. So yeah. Sean, do a fight companion with Sean and Bradley for this card. I would love to do that. That is kind of a good idea. Daniel said, man, go. Demand respect. Play the game. Yeah, you want me to be Triple H over here. Go to the fight, but go live also and give us a round by round. That I can't do. If you're at the fight, you can't really do a round by round in the arena. People you sit next to get pissed. Someone from PR is going to notice and cut you off and not let you do that. It's kind of one or the other. AMG, thank you for the super chat, says, Jared Anderson is on his way back. What does he do differently to reach championship level? I don't know, man. I wouldn't hold my breath for that. I like Jared, and I see a young man going through turmoil internally, and I wish the best for him apart from boxing and in boxing. And I like Jared. But between his technical flaws of pulling out with his chin up too much and his lack of desire in the sport, I think it's a long shot that he becomes heavyweight champion with the way it's looking right now. So what does he need to do differently? He has to want it. He has to find his desire in the sport. And on a technical basis, he has to look at the tape and stop pulling out with his chin up for one. And, make the most of his talent and boxing skills. Fight behind his jab, be smart, tighten up defensively, and stop doing this, having the same amateur flaws again, particularly pulling out with his chin up, that a lot of guys get from the USA boxing program. It's just something a lot of guys have to work on coming out of the amateurs, and he hasn't shorted up. So I'm wishing the best for him, though. Daniel said, "You're acting out of fear. Change a little." Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, I said I was logging off an hour ago, but I'm still here. I know, but we still got people rocking with me. We still got almost 300 people who are sending me chats and stuff like that. So I didn't want to, you guys were giving me a reason to stick around. So, Panama, thoughts on Adames Ammo? I got Adames because he's just overall a better fighter. But Ammo, maybe he's got a good, a favorable style matchup, being that Adames is more of a front foot guy and Ammo has power and he's explosive. And Adames isn't a big middleweight either. So maybe he's got a shot there. So my guy, Sean, talk about Keyshawn and Shakur won't fight each other. I mean, okay, to be fair from them right out the gate, Rocky Graziano and Jake LaMotta never fought. Jake LaMotta wanted to fight Rocky Graziano, but they never fought because they were friends. And I think Joe Frazier and Ken Norton were friends and kind of agreed to never fight each other. And trying to think, Holyfield might have not fought a certain fighter that they were buddies too. I mean, Holyfield and Tua never fought each other. It's not that friends have never fought each other. I haven't pulled that before, but I think Tio makes a good point. Like, this is boxing. I think he said a beautiful point when he said, we could be friends when this is all over. That's the friendship we want to see, is Sugar Ray and Tommy. I'll still fuck you up, Ray. I'll still fuck you up. And they hug. Like, we want to see guys at the Hall of Fame after they did battle in the ring be friends. Not, we're not going to fight each other in the ring because we're friends. And, I think they get criticized for that by everybody. But, yeah, I mean, just to be fair to those two, they're not the first friends to agree not to fight each other, But I think a lot of people, see it as corny. But so, I don't have too much pushback on it, because I'm more critical when no one else is saying something. You know what I mean? Like, they're getting criticized for that, so I don't feel the need to be like, oh, Shakur and Keyshawn, it's lame what they're doing and da 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 da. It's like, well, a lot of people seem to think that anyways, whether I say it or not. I'm more apt to point things out like that if I feel they need pointing out, nobody else is, So, and again, they haven't gotten to a point yet where it's holding up the sport. You know what I mean? We both were preferring to see one of them get a shot at Gervonta when Gervonta was the money man at 35. And then once Gervonta had a draw with Roach and signed to fight the bullshit Jake Paul fight, and there was just a small window where they were both, it was only a couple months where they were both champions at lightweight. And then before you know it, Keyshawn blows weight and he's not even a lightweight anymore. So, but I'll say this, Tede. I think it deserves a lot more criticism if they get to a point where it holds up who's the best in the division once and for all kind of thing. Now, if they clear out 140 and they're the top two dogs standing, if Keyshawn beats Richardson Hitchens and Shakur beats Teofimo Lopez and one of them knocks off Gary Antoine, right, and Mattia, say, you know what I mean? If they go through the gauntlet and they're the last two men standing, then in particular, even if they get by Hitchens and Tio, it's already like, come on, this is the best fight in the division. It's a unification. But if they still have a Matias and a Gary Antoine to fight, and they opt to fight those guys, you can't criticize it too much. Those are excellent fights against excellent fighters. But I think it deserves more criticism once it gets to a point that you're holding up the sport. And it's now we can't crown a champion. Now we can't crown who really is the top dog because you two don't want to fight each other. That's when it gets really corny. But, Keyshawn just got here in February as a world champion. So it's not like there's this huge buildup, there's this huge demand, and it's not like it's holding up once and for all who's the best fighter in any given division. That's when it's really some bullshit, and we're not there yet. So, not going to lie, I don't know why people hate Hitchens so much, but I think his best is at 140. Well, I like Hitchens too, Brooklyn stand up, but no energy to fight Gary Antoine Russell. Him and Keyshawn priced each other out to fight each other, which sucks. That fight would have been amazing. And then remember he had the shenanigans with Matias. Like, nope, the IBF is too much. Oh, Paro won? Let's go. That's stuff that's going to get criticized, deservedly so. But I like Hitchens. Brooklyn stand up. So, do I like Tony Harrison versus Errol Spence? Only from the aspect of they're both as faded as the other, and if they're gonna fight, it's safer for them to fight each other than Virgil Ortiz. I think Spence gets beat up against Virgil Ortiz. Shout out to Spence. Has a beautiful family, saw his Christmas photos, beautiful stuff. But there's nothing I see from Errol Spence that makes me think he's going to have some great revival. Could he come back and win some fights? Sure. So, and then Tony, a lot of people commented this on social media. His speech didn't sound great in his last fight. And I really want Tony Harrison to be a great trainer who, Michigan produces the best boxing IQs. I think Alicia Bumgarner was better under Tony Harrison than she was with Derek James. And I think Tony has a gift to be a great trainer. He has a great boxing IQ. And I've seen him in the gym with kids on videos, and he looks great in that element. I would love to see Tony become an elite trainer at this stage. I think he's given all he's had in the boxing ring, and I don't want to see him get hurt. And again, I say that as a guy that he really doesn't like media. But I respect him in the ring. I respect everybody in the ring, but if he had better punch resistance, he might have become undisputed super welterweight champion. He would have. And he was fun to watch. He was a great shit talker, great personality on the mic. And I really think his gift going forward should be training fighters, not fighting anymore. So yeah. And then Tito Peck, thank you for the super chat, said, Sean, where the fuck is Top Rank? Any news on them? Word is on the street they're getting possibly blackballed. Ari Emanuel is like one of the most powerful people in entertainment and sports, and I don't know. That's just word on the street. You can't confirm anything, but maybe he's put in a word to not give Top Rank any kind of deal. And Top Rank, especially the last 2 years, sat on their ESPN deal and didn't. After Haney Lomachenko was a steep decline on Top Rank. I think 2020, they had some strong numbers with Loma Tio. 2021, nothing jumps out right away. 2022, Oscar and Shakur, Valdez and Stevenson had a strong number. They sold big at the Garden, MGM. And then Haney Lomachenko, to me, the last really big fight they put on was May of 23. Haney and Lomachenko on pay-per-view, sold out MGM, great high-speed chess match. After that, they didn't really do shit. And, I got a lot of love for Top Rank and the history they've had in the game. But they botched that ESPN deal and I don't think Todd DeBuff is a great leader for their future. It's a shame Aram isn't 30 years younger. I think their future would be a lot more bright. But just to keep it real, I don't think Todd DeBuff is a great captain of that ship. I think they still have capable people in that company for sure, like Trampler and Goodman and Jacobs and Moretti and Evan Korn and they got a great social media team, Mikey Williams and Maddie, and they've had Deck, and they got a lot of talented people still at that company that love the sport but I don't think they have a good captain steering the ship. And, word is maybe they're getting blackballed, but even if they're not getting blackballed, a lot of it's their fault. They treaded water too much with that ESPN deal at times. And, Todd DeBuff, to my point, getting caught up in that Billy Keane and Daniel Kinahan type lawsuit, wasn't good. And that scares away investors and networks as well. So there you have it. But I look forward to the Xander Zayas card. They still have a lot of good young talent. And when someone asked about Jared Anderson, again, my high hopes right now in the heavyweight division, I like Josh Edwards. I like Richard Torres. I think Torres beats Frank Sanchez, actually. Even though Sanchez is the cleaner boxer, I think Torres will dog that fight out. But in that IBF eliminator. But I think Xander is growing into his own beautifully at 22. But I think Xander beats Abus Barao. I think his footwork's going to be too much for Barao and his style. I think his versatility and footwork will be too much for Barao. But I still don't know about Xander at 22 beating Virgil, beating Boots. I don't think so right now. But he's growing into his own beautifully. And, I was going to say something else, being too long-winded. What was I going to say? Yeah, man, I wish the best for Top Rank, but they made their mistakes along the way. And, obviously the heavyweight. The heavyweight that I like Richard Torres, I like Josh Edwards, but the heavyweight whose talent I love, not necessarily love him yet because he's got to grow and get into the pros, but I love Joseph Awignonia's talent. Joseph Awignonia Jr. has the size, has the power, has the speed, has the athleticism, and just the talent and upside to become that heavyweight from America. And I'm saying it now, in the 2030s, the super fight at heavyweight will be Moses Aitama versus Joseph Awignonia Jr. You heard it here for the second time. I said it on Sean's podcast, but you heard it here for the second time only. Joseph Awignonia Jr. against Moses Aitama. So, super chat from AMG said, Sean, can you please shout out Conflict Sports Boxing Club, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Tyree, the Young Buck Sawyer, Zachariah, the Nightmare Z Davis. Shout out to those two young bucks over there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Daniel Blancas out of Milwaukee had a knockout of the year candidate on my channel on the Pitbull Roach undercard. There's talent and my guy Thomas Hill, I remember coming out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So shout out to Milwaukee. I'll shout him out again. Thank you for the super chat. To Tyree, the Young Buck Sawyer, and Zachariah, the Nightmare Z Davis. Shout out to those young fighters. And I hope they have a lot of success in the amateur program. So, let's go. All right, go to bed, Sean. All right, I'll go to bed now. All right, I'm going to go to bed. I'm gonna get out of here in a minute. Hold on. Top Rank being blackballed for real? I don't know, good fella. I'm just talking shit at 7:20 in the morning, telling you what I heard. Word on the street. People so thirsty for an American heavyweight. Why not just appreciate great heavyweights despite where they're from? We appreciate them. Usyk is an all-time great. I think Usyk's pound for pound right now. I got to put Inoue number 2. I got Usyk number 1. So there you go. I think the current heavyweight champion is the best fighter in the world pound for pound. And I love Moses Aitama. Like, Moses Aitama is an incredible talent. That kid is special and hasn't even grown into his man body yet. He's still shedding off baby fat. If you watch Moses Aitama in the amateurs just a few years ago, he was chunky. And he's starting to slim down and get his grown man heavyweight frame. Moses Aitama is a fucking beast. I love Moses Aitama. I think Aitama is special. Not just the next heavyweight. I think he's special. Something the heavyweight division's never seen before. But I still want the United States to have a great heavyweight. And I think Joseph Awignonia has the talent, has the upside to do it. But there's a long gap between now and the pros and all that kind of stuff. And I hope he wins the gold medal for the USA. But Aitama is fucking special. So, no, I definitely appreciate heavyweights everywhere where they're coming from. I love Fury. Fury, to me, could fight in any era. It's just that Fury didn't stay in peak form very long. That he basically peaked one night in terms of his body being firm and in shape and putting it all together. And that was the Wilder rematch in February 2020. I think that version of Fury could fight with any heavyweight that's ever lived. And then I loved Vitaly Klitschko. Vladimir was boring, but he was amazing too. So yeah, don't get me wrong, man. Lennox, I mean, Lennox is as great a heavyweight as basically we've ever seen. But yeah, man, I want an American heavyweight. I hope Joseph Avignone, I believe if Joseph lives up to all of his God-given potential, that he can be a special heavyweight and the best heavyweight America's had since Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson. So that's what I hope happens. But hope will only get you so far. He'll have to deliver. So, all right, guys, I'm out. I'll let you all go. Thank you, everybody, for rocking with me. God bless. Happy holidays. Merry late Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa and Hanukkah, and Happy New Year's as well. God bless everybody. Peace.